Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting for June 14th, 2021. I'd just like to welcome everybody and remind everybody that we are virtual this evening. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. And just before I call the meeting to order, I'd like to read a statement. I, like many others in our community and our country, was deeply saddened when I heard the news about the discovery of the remains of 215 children at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. This is another devastating reminder of the terrible and long-lasting impact these schools had and continue to have on our Indigenous communities. Spruce Grove is located on the Treaty 6 territory and within the traditional lands of the Nehiowak, the Blackfoot, the Nakota, and the Anishinaabe. Sorry, I'll repeat that. Anishinaabe and Métis people. On behalf of City Council and our entire community, I want to send our deepest sympathies to our Indigenous neighbors locally and those across Canada who have been impacted by this discovery. We must acknowledge what happened in the residential schools as part of the ongoing work of reconciliation, and we are committed to continuing to build relationships with our local Indigenous communities. Tonight, I ask all of you to pause and join us as we observe a 215 seconds of silence in honor of these children. Please join me now. Thank you very much, everyone. I couldn't help reflect, on this tragedy as I watched the seconds tick by on my timer to think that each second was a child. So let's not soon forget. Thank you very much, everyone, for the moment of silence. Okay, moving forward. We have a power-packed agenda this evening, and I'm going to call on one of my colleagues on council for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, moved by Councillor Roth for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much, Councillor. Is there any additions to the agenda? Does anybody have any additions from council? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to provide an update under councillor updates on the Meridian Housing Foundation.
Okay, let's put that under 8A.
Thank you.
Okay, Meridian Housing Foundation update. Okay, that's under 8A. Anything else to add? Seeing none, Mr. Skrepnik, any changes or additions to the agenda?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council and the community. Nothing from your administration tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Friendly amendments, Councillor Roth.
Friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion for the adoption of the agenda. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, moving forward, we're going to go to our item 2, which is our consent agenda. Just wanted to ask anybody on the council, is there any of these items would any members of council like to see removed from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, I got to ask for a motion from one of my colleagues to approve the consent agenda. Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that the recommendations contained in the following reports be approved. Item 3A, May 25th, 2021, regular council meeting minutes. Item 10D, C-1161-21, land use bylaw amendment, redistricting Prescott Stage 9, first reading. And item 12A, various board and committee meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Any questions or comments in regards to the motion by Councillor Oldham? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, we are going to move forward into our items number 4, which is 4A, when we're going to move into our public hearings. And just before we get our public hearing started, could I get Councillor Roth, please, to read the preamble to the opening statement for the public hearing?
What page is it on? Here we are. Public hearings are convened in accordance with the Municipal Government Act of Alberta and have 2 purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to council about the proposed bylaw. The second is to allow council to gather pertinent information on the proposed bylaw prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment on a proposed bylaw, as council is unable to receive further submissions after a public hearing is closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. So with that, I'd like to open the public hearing on bylaw C 1153-21. It's the Municipal Development Plan Amendment in Southwest 1 53-27-W4. Okay, that's public hearing is open, and I'll ask the city clerk if she could please review the hearing procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with meeting procedures, COVID-19 suppression regulation, and city bylaw C-1120-20, virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. Council will then be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. And finally, the city clerk will read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. That's great. So let's go to administration. I believe Mr. Pushko, you're going to be doing the presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I will just quickly share my screen. I trust that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. So this is a public hearing for Municipal Development Plan Amendment to the Southwest quarter of Section 1, 5327 west of the 4th. And it's under Bylaw C 115321. This amendment is located on the city's east boundary north of Highway 16A. The amendment proposes revisions to the following municipal development plan maps. To Figure 8, the future land use map for adding vehicle-oriented commercial. To Figure 9, major road network, adding a new collector road. And Figure 11, a major employment area to identify new employment area. The municipal development plan is the city's primary planning document. It's the highest document, and all planning within the city defers to this and has to comply with this document. This municipal development plan amendment is proposed to support a concurrent East Pioneer Area Structure Plan amendment application being considered by Bylaw C 115221, which is also on tonight's agenda as concurrent amendments. If they are approved together, they would comply. So the municipal development Figure 8, the future land use map, is the map within the city's municipal development plan that defines broadly the city's land use plan for development. In this this map showing on the screen is the existing map prior to amendments. So if you look in the southeast corner of the city, there is a hatched area, and so there's a black boundary around the amendment area. So within that area, the green area is an open space category, the yellow area is for future residential, and the hatched area is a special study area. So that was an area that wasn't planned and with the original area municipal development plan. So this is part of the exercise, is to define land use within that area. So the amendment defines future land uses for the special study area as mentioned. It also redefines existing residential land uses to vehicular oriented commercial. So this is the changed map, so the proposal. And so you'll notice the red area is now for vehicle oriented commercial. What is gone is the residential area, and there's been an adjustment to the open space area along the north. And that is based on studies that have been provided through the application with the area structure plan and the municipal development plan. And pertinent to tonight's work, there'll be more details on the area structure plan as to those application submissions. The municipal development plan Figure 9, the major road network. So this again is the existing area structure or municipal development plan map. And so as originally contemplated as low density residential and special study area, there was no major roadways within this area. So this amendment proposes to add a future collector roadway in the area. It has a connection onto Highway 16A on the east end. And on the west side, it will connect into the existing roundabout at McLeod Avenue and Pioneer Road. Municipal Development Plan Figure 11 is the major employment area map within the Municipal Development Plan. So this defines the employment areas within the city. So the existing condition is again outlined in the amendment area, shows no employment lands. So the change would be to recognize the land use changes as employment lands. So this would be vehicle-oriented commercial. We will discuss with the area structure plan, there is also an entertainment district category, but that is also considered to be vehicle-oriented for the purpose of the broad planning of the municipal development plan. So this proposed amendment supports several municipal development plan goals that include reinforcing and creating new community level gathering places, increasing local employment opportunities, continued development of Spruce Grove as a regional and commercial center, and supporting a higher quality of life for residents through the creation of gathering places for social, recreational activities, and offering a diverse recreational programs at first-class facilities. Again, this is the broad planning document, and more details will come with the area structure plan. But in foreshadowing towards that, the proposal is for a community-wide entertainment district and some more commercial land uses to support the community and provide local commercial for the region as well. Administration supports this proposed municipal development plan amendment concurrent with the area structure plan amendment under C 115221. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and will be available later for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pushko, for that presentation. And this is for the municipal development plan amendment that precedes the area structure plan amendment. So this is part of the public hearing process that we're in right now. So just before we move forward, I just want to remind the public that they can make a submission during the hearing by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Again, if you would like to make a submission during the public hearing, you can send an email to our city clerk at cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. So back to our city clerk. Has there been anybody registered to speak at this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually do not have anyone registered to speak for this public hearing this evening.
Okay. I have another question to the city clerk. Have we had any written submissions received by email or otherwise in regards to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have not received any written submissions related to this specific public hearing this evening.
Okay. All right. I'm going to prompt the members of the public one more time listening in. If they'd like to make an email submission regarding this matter, please email it to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. Again, that's our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. Okay, I just want to ask council if they have any questions to administration for clarification. If so, this would be the time to ask that question. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I was going to wait until later, but I just had a really quick question to Mr. Pushko regarding where it's connecting on Highway 16A. So looking at figure 9 on page 21, just knowing that that's coming across over the overpass and into a turn, it's already, the traffic congestion can be quite heavy. So are we planning to put like an additional lane there for the right into that area? What's the future plan for that? Just, I know it's already sometimes really dangerous coming from 100 into 60 around that corner. So just more curious about planning.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to the council's question. So there was a transportation functional plan done in association with this application for the future functioning of Highway 16A. So all those sort of questions were reviewed and asked during that. This broad planning document kind of shows it roughly, but it is based on that functional planning study. And so we'll get into this more in the area structure plan, but you know, it does have an all directional connection at Highway 16A, and it just loops around to the existing roundabout on Pioneer Road. So the city's boundary kind of defines the extent of transportation planning within the city. We have control of that. with an understanding and respect of Alberta Transportation's requirements outside of that. So those considerations were reviewed under the functional plan and viewed that there is a workable solution for the long-term transportation plan.
So just to clarify then, so when you say all directional, does that mean not just right in, right out, but there will be an intersection there? Is that?
That's right. The intention is for a directional. So there'll be all direction means you can turn left, right, or go straight through in both directions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, a quick question to our city clerk. Have we had any additional submissions sent in by email?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just waiting for my team to update me. And no, we have not received any further submissions via email. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, to council again, any other further questions for clarification from council? Okay, third and final time this evening, any additional submissions by email?
One has been sent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were no submissions received for the MDP amendment. One was sent for the ASP. So just for clarification, we have not received any submissions for this particular application.
One was sent.
Excuse me, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to mute your microphone. And I am confirming with my team, if you want to hold the line, Mr. Mayor, I will double check, but we have not had a registration, nor have I seen a written submission for the MDP public hearing.
Unless the gentleman is referring to the next one, which is the area structure plan amendment. That may be the one that he's referring to.
All right, one moment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. All right, so I have not yet received an email. We're refreshing it and we have not received anything. It's up to you, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to close the hearing or if you'd like to wait a little bit longer, but.
Oh, wait a bit. And it's the email, just to confirm, the email is cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. So, Mr. Pushko, the right in that comes off the highway that connects onto, you call it a new collector road. This is basically an extension of McLeod Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it would be an eastward extension of McLeod Avenue terminating at Highway 16A.
Okay, perfect. Now at the collector road, that would be, as Councillor Stevenson had said, that would be the location where the all directional access would be, the lighted intersection.
That's right. Yeah, so it's not a local road. It's the next step up, which is a collector road. So I don't have the particular design in my mind, but it is a larger road than the typical local road, and similar to what exists probably at McLeod Avenue.
Okay, fantastic. I noticed also on the municipal development plan, the hatched area, which was called a special study area. I'm noting that is turned into more of a noted in red as far as the commercial district and the entertainment district, and the lands that were once a special study area to the north, they're going to be becoming a green space or protected area. Is that correct?
That is correct. There is 3 land uses where there used to be 2 and a special study area. So open space, with this amendment and the area structure plan to come, have defined the line between developable land and what is being proposed preserved for the significant natural area I that's defined in the municipal development plan. And then we have a very few broad land use categories. So we use the vehicle-oriented commercial to catch the commercial type property. So that's the other one that's reflected.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That answers my question. I just noticed that the, what do you call it, the special study area had become a significantly improved environmental protection area. So that's good. Okay, I don't have any other further questions, and I'll go back to our city clerk. Have we received any submissions by email on this particular item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We received one email indicating that an individual's presentation was intended to be directed to both the MDP and the ASP. However, in the spirit of procedural fairness, he did not register to speak to this particular item, and the cutoff was at noon. So I am recommending, Mr. Mayor, that we do proceed with the closure of this public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. And he will have an opportunity at the next one to do that. So that's fine. Okay, thank you very much to our city clerk. And with that, I will declare this public hearing closed. Okay. Okay, moving forward, I would like to open the public hearing on 4B, on item 4B, under C 1152-21. East Pioneer Area Structure Plan Amendment under the Southeast Lands. Okay, I'd like to ask the city clerk to again, please review the hearing procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures COVID-19 suppression regulation and city bylaw C-1120-20 virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the public hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. Council will be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration. And then finally, the city clerk will read into the record any final additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Appreciate that again for clarity on the procedures. So let's go to our administration, Mr. Pushko, the East Area Structure Plan Amendment, a significant change to that land. So let's hear what that's all about.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll quickly share my screen again. Trusting that you see my screen. So yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. So this is related to bylaw 1152-21. So this is the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan, Southeast Lands Amendment. So an area structure plan is the next level down of planning from the municipal development plan. It provides more detail and a future framework for land use development that would proceed into future redistrictings and subdivision. So the location of this area is, again, at the east entrance of the city on Highway 16A. It's the area that's outlined in red. It's the southwest quarter section of 27 west of the 4th. The purpose of this amendment is to amend the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan that already exists. And that purpose is to establish new land uses in the West Special Study Area and to replace an existing low-density estate residential area with an entertainment district, arterial commercial, and open space land uses. As we have just closed the public hearing for the municipal development plan, this is a concurrent amendment with the municipal development plan. So when and if that municipal development plan passes with the discussed vehicle-oriented commercial and definition around the open space planning, these plans would be concurrent as necessary by the Municipal Government Act. So as to this amendment, this picture here is the land use concept that exists currently in the area structure plan. So you can see that there's this gray hatched area. So this is a special study area. So this area was lands that were not fully planned during the area structure plan's original consideration. And so the plan had made some provisions for having that changed over time by an amendment. And so that time is now. There's also estate residential defined in this area. So this is the sort of yellow area. And so this is a low density residential area. It's currently defined in the area structure plan as about 2 units per hectare. So it's a very low density district. In fact, the lowest density plan district within the city currently. And then there's a park and open space. And so this generally is the extent of environmentally significant area I. That does extend into the special study area, but the way the area structure plan was set up is that those lands within the special study area would be considered with this amendment as well. And so this is the proposed amendment. So this is a revised land use concept. So the proposed changes to the area structure plan is redesignating the western special study area and the existing estate residential land use to new highway commercial, which is shown in the red on the revised map, to sport entertainment district, which is this yellow area, and an open space land use area, which is the green area, and how it is defined with study for confirming that boundary. Expands the developable area by incorporating surplus Highway 16A right-of-way. So along Highway 16 on the north edge, with the transportation functional plan with this area, there has been identified some additional right-of-way. So this plan does recognize that and plans to accommodate that as an expansion of the commercial lands in that area. It also adjusts the boundary of the environmentally significant natural area I. So the municipal development plan and the area structure plan currently made provisions for this to be studied by a biophysical review of the area and decisions made based on that. So we have been in receipt through this application of a biophysical that discuss where this developable versus environmental line should be. There will be, and I'll get to this a little later in the presentation, there is some wetlands within this natural area that are proposed to be amended out and becoming developable land. And so the environmentally significant natural area that I referred to, this map on the left is the municipal development plan. So it has figure 6, which is a park and open space plan. So it identifies throughout the city broadly the environmentally significant areas, and it includes an appendix C, which discusses them broadly and indicates to administration how to review these and move forward with the plan. So as I mentioned, there's approximately 5.3 hectares of existing wetlands within the special study area component. So that's on the west side, and part of the environmentally that is proposed for removal. So if you can see my mouse, there's this part on the boundary of Pioneer Road that juts down. And so this area was reviewed. And so the plan does define this as being wetlands that are intended to be removed. There's also one other possible natural area bound adjustment along the south and in the southeast corner of the environmentally significant area. So that's right at the southeast corner of the amendment area. It's this pink area here, if you can see my cursor. So that, similar to what has been discussed with the original special study area, is that the plan is to put commercial lands there if upon future study that is possible. And again, a biophysical would be required for the city to define that. So that is also a possible change. Tonight, we're talking about a certain request on the west side, and there's the possibility upon future study for more along Highway 16A in the future. So the ASPs identified changes to the natural area boundary, and these were supported on the basis of a confirmation of developable lands required for roads, stormwater management and development. A mitigation plan within the biophysical was also provided to inform the budding land uses, including stormwater management facilities, a linear greenway park buffer, and a naturalized vegetation buffer. The provision that the natural area interface will follow recommendations of the project's biophysical or impact mitigation planning. So there is recommendations within the biophysical that are supported by city administration as to how this interface area will be defined. And that's a requirement of the municipal development plan that we define that as part of the city's environmental stewardship. We can remove wetlands where they are, developable or supported through environmental review. And so the intent is that we keep the environmental, the highest reserve type wetlands, the highest quality wetlands in that case. And so that study does exist, and administration does support the removal. An application has been submitted to Alberta Environment and Parks, and we've been discussing with them, and they are supportive, subject to decisions made by City Council, that this area would qualify for wetland removal and a compensation program with Alberta Environment for moving a payment to address the fact that wetlands are being removed and to provide an offsetting provision in another location in Alberta. So this is the air photo that kind of shows the existing conditions. So it is a largely natural forested area. There's a couple residences currently and some clearing that's happening, but development with recent construction of Pioneer Road has brought services and roadways to this area. And so, more development is proposed to take advantage of those new changes in infrastructure. That being said, there's approximately 20 hectares of the environmentally significant area that is being retained in the quarter section. So while 5 is being removed, there will be 20 hectares remaining. So that is a significant amount of that area. And that has to do with, the fact that it's higher quality wetlands, or poor or hard or impossible to develop due to costs, and just the fact that the city recognizes this as an environmentally significant area that has value to the city, and it's desirable to preserve those where possible, as allowed under the Municipal Government Act. It is noted that the environmentally significant area is not part of the Wagner Natural Area's direct recharge area. So this is the Wagner Natural Area. There are some studies, and including a review by this development as to, taking or reviewing what water is required to support the natural area, the Wagner Natural Area. And so it has been confirmed through the previous area structure plan and additional study that this land does not sit on a recharge area. Certainly there are some overland water that will move towards that area, and the planning for this area recognized that pre-development flow would be maintained. So on that basis, the open space plan has been adjusted as shown on the right on this this other graphic map. So the intention here is to define that boundary between the environmental significant area, the remnant part of that. And so this would be largely environmental reserve. There are provisions for certainly stormwater management facility interfaces that provide a nice buffer between commercial development and the natural area, as well as linear parkways that would connect in this area, providing pedestrian connection, but also a buffer between the natural area and commercial development in this area. And so those details would be worked out in future processes, but they are defined in the area structure plan as the concept. I do note that we talked about removing some additional natural area on the east boundary. So that is reflected currently in the plan, subject to biophysical and other reviews. So this plan would support that if there is, upon study, proof that this can be removed without affecting the natural area and is in fact developable. The amendment land use statistics. So with every area structure plan, the broad land use statistics are calculated. So this area structure plan is just over a section of land, so 4 quarter sections. And the southeast is an amendment of one of those quarter sections. So I'll just broadly discuss what the updated statistics do on the area structure plan. So the special study area is reduced by 15.1 hectares. So that's reflecting that the special study area is coming out. Estate residential is reduced by 9.6 hectares. And so the corresponding and offsetting decisions are entertainment land uses are adding back in at 7.2 hectares in land, and the commercial areas add up to 13.7 approximately of new commercial lands, and that includes the surplus right-of-ways along Highway 16A as discussed. The parks and open spaces add approximately 1 hectare, so these would be municipal reserves and related to the linear parkway and those sorts of considerations. And stormwater management, again, has been added to this area as there is more intensive development than originally proposed. So stormwater management is required, and that is approximately 2 hectares of additional land. And so in summary, the area structure plans an increase of commercial and entertainment land uses in the previous unplanned special study area within the former estate residential lands. Within environmentally significant area I, and by adding some surplus Highway 16A lands. The removal of the low density residential area has resulted in an overall higher residential density within the area structure plan. There are some provisions within the area structure plan in the entertainment district to consider the possibility of mixed use residential, which at about 1 hectare in area, which could add more residential lands in this area as well. The roads and infrastructure with any area structure plan were reviewed for required changes. And so we discussed some of that with the municipal development plan. So on the left is the transportation figure within the area structure plan. So it starting from the east, there's well, maybe I should start with the internal collector road that will service development on with accessibility on both sides, with the entertainment district and some commercial lands to the north and some commercial land accesses to the south. These will be confirmed if required through future traffic impact analysis, but at this point they are supported by the transportation functional plan for Highway 16A. The impacts on Highway 16A are proposed all directional intersection on the east side. There's been review that it is possible to have a right in, right out with a potential left, subject to further study and the consideration of need about halfway through the new development area. And then also a right in only as you move closer to Pioneer Road and transfer station starts to get busier. So those are the changes intended to the road systems. This other figure here shows the stormwater management. So again, this is more intensive development than what was previously provided or proposed with state residential, where stormwater management is kind of handled on site. So 2 storm ponds, and they're functioning with respect to providing offloading water at pre-development rates into the natural area show up on this figure. And so this is the broad concept, subject to more detailed design when the stormwater plan is more formalized, but this is the broad plan that the environmental significant area would receive the water that it has currently, and therefore that's important to its being sustained. And then not showing there are servicing and water and sewer concepts that were provided. They're in the area structure plan as well. And so they confirm that by the extension of municipal infrastructure in the area, that can be accommodated. So that's also an important planning piece. So administration does support approval of bylaw C115221 to make these amendments to the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan. And we will be available for any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Pushko. And it's always interesting working through development concepts in the city, as we have for many years. The amount of work that goes into the study related to transportation, land uses, environmental reserves and such. So thank you very much for the presentation. Before we move forward, I just want to remind the public that they can make a submission during this hearing by sending an email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. Okay, so to our city clerk, do we have anybody from the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 individuals registered to speak this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. So just before we announce our first speaker, could you please read the public hearing speaking protocol statement?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. So the protocols for speaking during the virtual public hearing will be as follows. Presenters who have pre-registered will be given the opportunity to speak during the public hearing and will be announced by the city clerk when it is their turn. Presenters may only speak once and will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. The clerk will notify presenters when there are 30 seconds remaining. If you are part of a delegation, please select one speaker to present on behalf of the entire group. A delegation spokesperson may only speak once and will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. All questions and submissions must be directed to the chair and should be directly related to the public hearing. Protocol decisions of the chair are final and will not be debated.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I hope everybody's clear on that. And could you please announce our first speaker?
Mr. Mayor, our first registered speaker this evening is Mr. Idek of Prism Engineering. Mr. Idek, you may proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. As stated, my name is Ryan Idek. I'm the lead planner with Prism Engineering here on behalf of the entire project team that's bringing this amendment forward tonight. I do have a presentation. I just shared my screen. I assume everybody can see that okay.
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. My focus tonight is going to be following Mr. Pushko's very thorough presentation. So I will just provide a few additional details to the proposed amendment, outline our engagements to date, and talk a little bit about next steps. So the focus area, as Mr. Pushko alluded to, is in the southeast corner of the existing East Pioneer Area Structure Plan area. And currently the land uses are primarily for estate residential bounded by parks and open space, as well as the aforementioned special study area, which is an area that, as Mr. Pushko mentioned, has never been involved in any level of study or analysis since the lands were annexed into the city, for lack of a better way of putting it. And that's really what the purpose of this amendment is to finally study that parcel's suitability for development to accommodate a new collegiate level baseball stadium on that parcel, as well as surrounding commercial development. From a numbers standpoint, Mr. Pushko already alluded to all of this, but really what the proposed changes is decreasing 15 hectares of special study area into 3 or 4 different land use designations. So the 5 hectares of entertainment district, which is where the stadium and associated development will be located, commercial land along the highway and internally, stormwater management facility, and the remaining will be 4 hectares of parks and open space, which will remain largely untouched. The current estate residential lands in the middle are replaced by a small amount of entertainment district for auxiliary developments associated with the stadium, like training facilities, recreation centers, that type of thing. commercial land, as well as another stormwater management facility. And then finally, as mentioned on the east side, 3 hectares of parks and open space is proposed to be changed to commercial, thereby urbanizing the primary entrance into Spruce Grove from the east. The entertainment district is the proposed new district within Spruce Grove that is purely for the stadium itself and supportive uses, including the types of uses that you would typically associate with these types of developments, like restaurants, bars, retail, recreational, parks and open space, or parks and plazas for gathering outside of games and during games. It will also include a very unique and integrated high-density residential development, as well as dedicated vehicular parking for both the stadium as well as the residential component as well. Here's an image of what the proposed development is intended to look like. So this is looking about southwest. That roundabout is the roundabout on Pioneer Road. And I'm sure most of you have seen this image somewhere on the internet or in the media. Commercial uses in the area, they're aimed to be a mix of regional and local uses that benefit from both the proximity to the highway as well as the stadium itself. And as I alluded to before, the entrance to the city is also proposed to become urbanized through commercial land use designations beyond Pioneer Roadway. 2 stormwater management facilities are planned for the area, one on the west side and one on the east side, that are aimed at collecting and managing the runoff from this new urban development and preventing impact on the natural areas as a result of the development. These ponds are intended to be constructed with naturalized edges to mimic the natural areas and include some level of public access through walking paths and trails. So they will serve more than simply a water management function in this area. Parks and open space boundaries were established through a combination of desktop and ground testing, which was included in our biophysical report. We also submitted a hydrogeological report that looked at groundwater in the area, which was accepted by the city as well as part of our application. As Mr. Pushko alluded to, additional studies are going to be required as we move through these processes, and they are intended to further establish all the boundaries between developable and non-developable land at subdivision and redistricting phases, the latter of which council will have an opportunity to weigh in on as well. And finally, all environmental reserve areas are intended to remain, including their appropriate development buffers as they currently exist in the area structure plan. A new internal collector roadway is proposed that connects to the already built roundabout on Pioneer Road, as well as Highway 16A, and this has been supported by a TIA, as Mr. Pushko mentioned. The resulting statistical changes from the current ASP are summarized in this table. So although the residential land is decreasing, the number of units and the density are actually increasing simply as a result of the estate residential being replaced by the high density residential apartment development. For engagement, we held an open house on May 18th, which was advertised in 2 ways. One in the Spruce Grove Examiner on 2 separate weeks, actually. And we also sent letters to all surrounding landowners, both within the city and within Parkland County. In total, we had 4 public attendees and 4 additional responses were received outside of the formal events. The main themes gathered from the engagement included an overwhelming, however not unanimous, support for development of a local stadium, so long as the right measures are in place to manage traffic, parking, and minimize that encroachment into the natural areas. Now, we also did produce a What We Heard report, which we submitted as part of our application, and I hope that was shared with council as well. This is only the first part of this exciting project. The next steps include finalizing the plans for phase 1 of development, which includes the stadium itself. So that's highlighted in pink there. So that's for the stadium itself through a myriad of additional applications, redistricting, like I mentioned, which will come before council, subdivision, we need Water Act applications, roadside development approvals, stripping grading permits, construction permits. Should we meet all of these extra requirements of both the city and provincial review agencies, the stadium will be open and ready to play ball. Beyond that, additional studies will be required to proceed with anything in phase 2. So that's everything in teal, green, blue, whatever color you want to call it, on the east side of where the proposed stadium is intended to go, including further environmental, traffic, and servicing studies. So that is all for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I should also mention we have other representatives from our project team here, including our environmental and engineering experts. So hopefully between the 4 or 5 of us, we're able to answer some of your questions. And thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Edick, for bringing us up to speed, and congratulations for your firm to to land such a significant and special project. It's going to, there's lots of opportunity for us to, further refine that, as you indicated in your report, in regards to many different steps in the process. This is one step in the process. And as I've said for many years, when we move through these, it's just one step in the process. And this public hearing that we're having today will move on to further readings to this to see that. So I will ask any members of council while Mr. Edick has still on the stream here. Councillor Roth has a question. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. To Mr. Edick, a development of this nature, especially given the location that it's in, will have significant impact on water tables, water flows, and so on. And I'm wondering, and you've referenced that, but I'm wondering if you've reached out to the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance to tell them what is in the plan and to solicit any input that they may have.
Through the chair to Councillor Roth, I will actually defer that question to our biophysical expert, Louise Versteeg. Hopefully she can provide some guidance on that.
Thank you, Ryden, and through the chair to Councillor Roth. We had not reached out at this point. We had just conducted some preliminary studies based on ground truthing what was out there in the special study area, recognizing that there is a groundwater component to this area, and taking that into consideration in where those lines were drawn to avoid impacting that actual aquifer.
Okay, just a comment on that, and I would suggest that you be sure to do that, because they like to, the Watershed Alliance, the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance likes to know what development is occurring and the impacts on water flows particularly. And I think there's sometimes municipalities are not prone to be doing that, or people acting such as yourself on behalf of either municipalities or developers and that sort of thing. So I would suggest that you please make sure to do that. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor Houston.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Any other further questions or comments? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two clarifying questions on the roads and infrastructure component. Going to Mr. Nalavde's presentation, we don't really show the before and after of the amendment of the actual ASP. And when I go to the current ASP, the legend that is being on the presentation is a little bit more extensive in the current ASP. So I just want clarification as to the blue road that is being shown in the presentation. Is that considered to be then the potential private roadway as that is in the current ASP right now on the presentation, or in the current ASP?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor McKenzie. Just give me 1 second. I believe you're referencing one of the figures that we submitted, figure, I guess, 3 for the transportation network.
Possibly. I was looking at the actual City of Spruce Grove presentation. Within yours, yeah, maybe you have it then in where it's the actual full.
Yeah, so my presentation only showed the land use concept, so it only showed land use designations.
Yeah.
We did submit, part of it was a figure that showed transportation access. And you're right, there is a blue line kind of between Pioneer and where that first right in, right out potential left goes. It says right in only. I think we're talking about the same line now.
No, the right in, right out, it looks like that is an actually city-owned collector. And then a little bit to the west is a blue straight line that goes down, which is a right in only. So I guess my concern just with the public hearing, and maybe within the next presentation when we actually come forward with this, and that's just why I'd like some clarity, because I think there is some differing between the two presentations tonight. And so I'm sure that one is a private road and the other one is a city road. And, so we have the all directional, which is connected to a city road, the right in, right out, which looks like it's connected to a city road. And then the right in is a private developer road. So I just want clarification on that.
I can confirm that that's exactly what it is. Yeah, we're talking about.
Okay. Okay, now, do we have enough of a plan that we know where that right in, right out is, like the distance from the Pioneer intersection?
We have submitted a preliminary subdivision application to the city, so
Okay.
details generally, but we're still in early phases of where that is exactly going to be. But it is adhering to TAC, so the Transportation Advisory Committee of Canada guidelines for intersections.
Okay. Thank you, and that was going to be my next question. And then just as a final question on this, do we actually have approval from Alberta Transportation for those 3 accesses within this area?
Through the chair.
And that might be to city administration.
I think that's well, that is on us to get some of these approvals as well. This is just the first phase. So once we get down to the subdivision and districting, then those conversations have more detail, and then the approvals through Alberta Transportation will be sought for sure.
Okay, and I guess just that's why I wanted clarity, because my concern is putting something like that in the area structure plan makes it look like that is permanent, and that is what is to be expected. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor McKenzie, any other questions or comments to Councillor Gilkey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question either for our presenter, Mr. Idek, or administration. Mr. Pushko had alluded to, and I think Councillor Stevenson might have started asking this question about the speeds of 16A coming around that corner. Can somebody remind me where the speed drops down? And my second portion of that question is, would there be a requirement to reduce the speed further east coming on? But I think we've reduced it right at our city limit, is if I'm correct, or no? I know we reduced it at Pioneer Road, but is it going to be needing to be reduced further east?
Mr. Mayor, through the councillor's question, I can perhaps take a stab at that one. Certainly, the functional plan, addressed the future design of the road, and my understanding of that is that there will be some requirements for changes in speed. I think it may be a little too early in that report to define what they are. I see Mark Hussey's popping on, so he may have some more information on that.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Gilkey. So those will be the talks we have with Alberta Transportation. Alberta Transportation will indicate the reduction of speed. You're correct. The 80, it goes from 100 down to 80. Once you get into the city limits, then it drops down to 60. We'll have to extend that into outside the city limits, but again, that'll be the talks we have with Alberta Transportation to ensure the safety of that corner and that route.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Hussey, and administration. I will be interested to hear our next presenter's environmental concerns and just kind of what that conversation looks like. But other than that, that's my clarifying questions for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions to our presenter from council for clarity? Okay, thank you, Mr. Idek, for the presentation, and it's a bit of a refresher of the previous presentation from administration, but it speaks to the work that you've done and further work that's required, and there's still a lot of work left to do, to get down to the the final stages for sure. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and I'll go to our city clerk to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our second registered speaker this evening is Mr. Jason Doucette. Mr. Doucette, you may now proceed with your presentation.
Prior to my 5 minutes commencing, I just have a process question. I'd like to know if there is a way to address administration with questions from their presentation before I start.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our presenter. It typically is included within your presentation. However, I will defer to the chair on this protocol decision.
Yeah, okay. You have a couple of questions prior to your presentation, Mr. Doucette?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to address administration just on some of their presentation, and I just want to have some questions about how they're going to address some items if they go ahead with this plan. Please and thank you.
Okay, go ahead with your questions. How many questions do you have?
Right now, I'll keep it to 2 questions prior
Okay.
to my presentation, and thank you. My first question is, does administration, through their plan, intend to replace natural wetlands with stormwater dugouts as part of their plan?
Mr. Pushko?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Mr. Doucette. So to answer the question, yeah, the land use concept that is defined does show a stormwater management facility in the area that it's intended to remove wetlands, and also some more development in terms of the collector roadway and entertainment district. So there's 3 different uses that will go into wetlands that are intended to be removed from this area.
Thank you. So is administration aware that stormwater dugouts do not replace natural wetlands in their quality? Is administration aware of that fact? Please and thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to the question. Yes, certainly we understand that stormwater management facilities have a use, which is to control stormwater runoff from developed areas. And so the city does endeavor to manage those and keep them maintained at existing pre-development runoff criteria. But certainly, I think we're clear from administration in supporting this application that the wetland and the changes to the significant natural area are intended to be changes from the natural area to a different land use.
Thank you very much. Just one last thing prior to my presentation. I just want to introduce myself as the founder and president of Alberta Competitive Fly Fishing, and I'm the land and water conservation specialist for the group. I'm also a Parkland County resident living within the groundwater recharge complex of the area being developed. So I want to let everybody know that I'm a neighbor, and I'd like to assure everybody in the room that I'm fully versed and qualified to speak to the issue at hand. I can honestly say that myself and my community would be further negatively affected by the proposed rezoning and ongoing overdevelopment in the area. It should be noted, and I think this stands out, is unlike others who have been presenting, I don't stand to financially gain or receive any advantage from whichever way this situation is headed. So for clarity, I'm here to speak against the proposed rezoning and propose to you some alternatives. So with that being said, I'd like to highlight the importance of the property as a contiguous forested property. The tree species composition in the overstory consists of aspen, balsam poplar, white spruce, paper birch, and tamarack. The property is home to numerous bird, mammal, amphibian, and insect species of great value that contribute to high biodiversity. The habitat mix is indicative of the boreal region, which is under threat from overdevelopment and ignorance, and it's Canada-wide. I can assure you that this property represents one of the last few undeveloped contiguous pieces of boreal forest in the tri-region. I can easily list off over 100 different species that are currently using the property, but with only a 5-minute window to present, I will have to defer. Over the past 4 years, development in the Pioneer Road area by the adjacent housing and commercial developments has been on the increase. During the course of these developments, there have been multiple communications to the Spruce Grove Planning Department from numerous parties to describe the problems that persist when building and excavating occur on a significant groundwater area. First of all, and a prime example is the cost that we can speak of to the road development at Pioneer Road from Grove Drive to 16A. How much was the final hauling bill to excavate all of that peat that was filtering all of the area's overground water runoff? Does the public know the amount that the road project went over budget? As predicted from those original notifications to planning, we can now see proof that the construction has negatively impacted the groundwater, where water now continually flows across and underneath parts of Pioneer Road, even on the driest days of the year, which will ultimately lead to increased repair and maintenance costs and more negative impact from ongoing construction to rectify the issue. As always, I'm sure the original engineering reports for the road project detailed those issues and provided proven solutions. In the original notification for this meeting, a question was raised on how groundwater was to be addressed if this project were to go forward. One of the responses was that the water catchment area, which is a glorified dugout, could be lengthened. This is far from a viable solution to the issue of constructing in the area, and it's clear, much like it is on adjacent properties to this one, that the issue is not being taken seriously. A good neighbor would leave what's remaining of that area undisturbed so that my community is not negatively affected. Let's speak of amateur baseball. The thought of building a stadium with associated access, parking, and whatnot that was described earlier on this unique property for what will ultimately be a short-term venture is nauseating at best. The sustainable choice is to ensure the prospects play out their franchise longevity in an existing stadium like the Edmonton Stadium or an existing alternative. To think of the wasted resources that will ultimately be sunk into a low-use seasonal facility on sensitive lands really needs to be thoroughly examined. If we look into the repeating history of amateur baseball teams in Canada, the data would suggest that we're looking at best to have 5 to 7 years of break-even operation at best before the team folds or moves and pushes this problem onto another municipality. Not a sustainable use of this or any other
Mr.
property.
Doucette, we're here to talk about the area structure plan. I don't think we're here. I would just have to interrupt and say that this is not about whether or not you believe the financial sustainability of a baseball stadium. So I just want to reflect back on, the issue at hand. It's not anything to do about financial sustainability. I just want to say that let's stay on topic, if you would mind.
I appreciate your input, but it is, from my opinion, it is part of this issue. I'd also like to speak to the process that's currently involved when decisions are made to rezone properties. While directed to follow a process dictated by the Municipal Governance Act, it is the responsibility of everyone involved to uphold the integrity of the process. As urban sprawl and encroachment continue to grow an issue, it is up to local councils to consider all aspects and ramifications of developments, from the environmental issues to the encroachment on surrounding property owners. We cannot always bow to land developers and local commercial real estate every time they invite us to discuss potential opportunities and lobby council for rezoning. Everyone involved needs to realize that land is not an infinite resource, and we cannot develop intact properties like this for whimsical projects. As I look through the city of Spruce Grove, I could pinpoint a number of other issues that are currently occurring due to the rampant sprawl that could use some attention. I invite you to ask for those items after my presentation.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Doucette. I just want to advise you have 30 seconds left, just to give you a heads up.
I'd like to propose some options and solutions for those involved. The best option is to leave this land untouched and protected from garbage dumping, excavation, and trespassers. If there's an ultimate need for a legacy project in an election year, might I suggest a wilderness park to celebrate the biodiversity of the property, with a modest trail network to minimize the overall impacts of human encroachment. Activities would be limited to hiking, biking, cross-country skiing. The property undeveloped would serve as a feather in the cap for local council as a model for sustainability and conservation causes going forward. In contrast, and as information, there is a lack of wilderness type areas in Spruce Grove, and the dog park and Jubilee Park don't qualify as wilderness or areas of significant biodiversity. If the builders must build, then I would suggest a small footprint meditation or healing center surrounded by the old growth. And when I say old growth, I speak in relative terms to our area. If we did go down this path, I would suggest a small 1-acre site to maintain the integrity of the existing habitat on the property. If we're dead set on a stadium, then I would suggest utilizing one of the already impacted properties that exist on Boundary Road or other derelict properties within the commercial development corridor to the south of Highway 16. A. As another option, I would encourage the new owners to donate or sell the land to a conservation land trust or offer it up for sale to interested conservation groups. For example, Alberta Conservation Association. Sadly, I've heard the term junk land spoken to describe this property in discussion. Clearly, utilizing this language is ignorant and self-serving when you consider the existing habitat and the biodiversity that exists within the varying woodland. Nothing can be further from the truth. Please dismiss the request to allow development of this property and change the existing zoning of this property to protect the habitat and groundwater. Do not allow projects with limited lifespans, or any span for that matter, to destroy what exists perfectly today. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And if you have any need for clarification or questions, I offer my time now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doucette, and thank you for reflecting back on the on the issue at hand that we had. I appreciate that, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the the passion that you have for the biodiversity and the the protection of our groundwater systems and that, and I think many of us on council have the same that same kind of thought process. So what I'll do, I'm going to open up the floor to my colleagues on council if they have any questions to you for clarification in regards to your presentation, or if you have any questions of the presenter.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Doucette, for your presentation. And we will be dealing with this both of these amendments that affect this area this evening with second and potentially third readings this evening. And that will be council's prerogative in regards to how we move forward with this project. So thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. I want to ask the city clerk if we've received any other emails or written submissions so far.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we did receive, of course, Mr. Idek's PowerPoint. It was included in your agenda package as a written submission as well, but we have not received any further emails submissions this evening.
Okay, thank you. I want to also prompt and remind our listening public that they could email any submissions regarding this matter to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. So let's go. So we haven't had any other submissions to our city clerk. So I'll ask council if they have any further questions to administration. I just have one, Mr. Pushko, and it relates to the groundwater. There was a conversation about the groundwater, and from the understanding of the consultants and the exhaustive work done by our planning group, the consultants, Alberta Environment, is that the groundwater will be protected, or the groundwater flows and groundwater substance will be protected during the development. And this actual area, in fact, is not part of the Wagner area recharge. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to your question, it's certainly not part of the Wagner area recharge, as expressed in the current area structure plan and is part of the environmental record. This is a private lands application, so the city, does take applications on these, and so then once received, we apply our existing policies, including municipal development plan, and we review them as to our policies on environmental stewardship goals for the area. As to the groundwater, we did receive, as mentioned by Mr. Idek, geotechnical, biophysical, and also groundwater studies. And there are certainly some high water tables, but with grading and engineering, it's been agreed with the developer that those are manageable, and so therefore developable lands. And so that came into some of our decisions around supporting wetland removal. Certainly our ways of I guess, conserving wetlands are limited to those environmental reserve type lands that we can justify as undevelopable or otherwise appropriate within the Municipal Government Act requirements, or we can use municipal reserve to, perhaps take lands that do not qualify. So upon review of the application, we certainly, support what was put forward. I could perhaps defer to Mr. Idek and his team as to some of the specifics around the groundwater and their findings if you wanted more detail.
No, I think he indicated earlier that the groundwater and the recharge areas weren't, we're taken into account by that, and the initial improvement by Alberta Environment was subject to the City of Spruce Grove doing that. One thing I noticed with interest, and this is just an observation, for many years, the Aries land, which was the hatched area that went quite a bit further north, right up into the Fenwick area, is private land, and that private land could be, completely developed by the landowner and stuff, except that he's sold it, and the new current landowner is proposing the development on there that would be significant, development for the city, but also in a respect has conserved a bit of that land farther to the north to make sure that some of that environmental land is protected. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that those lands were not really suitable for development. They were quite a bit wetter and stuff like that. Is that what the reason for conserving those, or is it just that trade-off and finding that balance?
Mr. Mayor, through to your question, I do think that it is part of finding the balance based on the studies that we received, demonstrating the developability, both economically, but also with respect to the remnant environmental area. So we did do those considerations. We were provided that information, and at the end of the day, there were land requirements for having this stadium in that location that played into it. But as a general statement, we tried to conserve as much of the environmental area to emphasize the city's environmental stewardship goals as possible. And I think in the overall quarter section, the highest quality wetlands are preserved. And certainly as you move north, the quality of wetlands does improve, and the depths of wetland materials, peat or topsoil, gets greater than or becomes deeper and is more impactful to the environmental area.
Okay, great. And I think what I was taking notes during the presentations is that we are just removing just over 5 acres of the environmentally sensitive area, and we are conserving 20 some acres in that area. So that's a significant protection of that environmentally sensitive area. So that's pretty much just following up on some of those comments and stuff. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'm going to ask our city clerk for the third time if any additional submissions have been received by email.
Mr. Mayor, we haven't received no further written submissions.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Pushko and Mr. Edick for the presentations, and Mr. Doucette for your participation in the public hearing. And with that, I will declare this public hearing closed. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Moving forward, we have another public hearing this evening. And I'd like to open the public hearing on bylaw C 1154-21. It's a land use bylaw amendment for 5 Spruce Village Way under alcohol sales. So if I could ask our city clerk if she could please review the hearing procedures.
You, Mr. Mayor. So once again, this public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures COVID-19 suppression regulation and city bylaw C-1120-20 virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make verbal submissions were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. Council will then be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration. And finally, the city clerk will read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gray. Okay, let's go to administration and Mr. Nalavde. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I will quickly start my presentation here. I trust everyone can see the presentation now.
We can. Thank you.
This is a public hearing for bylaw C 1154-21, 5 Spruce Village Way for alcohol sales. This is a site-specific amendment to the land use bylaw to allow a alcohol sales use at 5 Spruce Village Way, which is the address. This bylaw was advertised in the newspapers on May 28th and June 4th, 2021. Administration did make a small error in the heading of the bylaw during the first advertisement. This was rectified in the second round of advertisement. The information on the city's website was completely accurate. And we also notified all the residents within 30 meters of the site. So we followed all the process and protocols for notification. The subject site is located in Spruce Village neighborhood. The site is currently districted as C3 Neighborhood Retail and Services District. In this particular district, alcohol sales minor is a discretionary use. In addition to the district regulations, other applicable regulation from the city's land use bylaw includes Section 56, which, as you can see on the screen, states, alcohol sales shall not be located closer than 100 meters from the site boundary of any site that includes community or public recreational activities, a public park, or a school. The intent behind this regulation, as understood, is to deter public drinking in public parks, schools, community, or public recreational activities, to separate liquor sales from places where children can gather unsupervised, such as a park, to reduce the chances of children being influenced by advertising while traveling to and from school or other public areas. And lastly, administration believes this regulation represents what is generally accepted as best practice by many leading municipalities. This slide shows the location of the subject site, and where it says park, it is actually the Spruce Village Park. So the subject site is situated immediately south of Spruce Village Park and is separated by Victoria Avenue. Victoria Avenue is a minor collector road, has a width of 20 meters. Ace Liquor to the west and Vivo Liquor to the north are both within 1.2 kilometers of the subject site, and they currently serve the neighborhoods nearby. The owner of 5 Spruce Village Way has applied to make a site-specific text amendment that would allow a alcohol sales use at 5 Spruce Village Way, notwithstanding Section 56. So as you can see on the screen, the amendment simply says, in spite of Section 56 or notwithstanding Section 56, alcohol sales minor may be permitted as a discretionary use on the subject site at 5 Spruce Village Way. Prior to this application to amend the land use bylaw, the applicant had applied for a development permit, which was not successful due to the regulations under Section 56, which limit alcohol sales from locating within 100 meters from the park. A subsequent appeal to the Subdivision Development Board was also not successful. Through this application, the applicant is directly seeking a variance from the regulation. Administration does not support the proposed amendment. Administration conducted its research on any changes to any provincial regulations and also obtained a legal opinion on the applicable regulations contained within the city's land use bylaw and found out that no change to the regulation was warranted at this time. As a result, administration does not support the amendment for the following reasons. The application would not meet the separation distance of 100 meters from a public park. Separation distance is a reasonable planning tool to deter drinking in public parks. Separating alcohol sales from places where children can gather, such as a park. Separation distance is a tool used by many municipalities as best practice. Current regulation does not cause any additional hardship for this development. And we say that because this development came into play somewhere around 2018, and the regulations have been in place since 2011. Lastly, administration's position is to simply uphold the regulations under Section 56, and our position is confirmed by a legal opinion. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor and Council, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nalavde. And thank you, Mr. Nalavde, for the presentation. I just wanted to take this opportunity to remind the public that they can make a submission during this hearing by sending an email directly to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. Again, that email address is cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Okay, I'm going to ask the city clerk if anybody from the public has registered to speak.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one individual registered to speak for this hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, if you could please read the public hearing speaking protocol statement.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the protocol for speaking during the virtual public hearing will be as follows. Presenters who have pre-registered will be given the opportunity to speak during the public hearing and will be announced by the city clerk when it is their turn. Presenters may only speak once and will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. The clerk will notify presenters when there are 30 seconds remaining. If you are part of a delegation, please select one speaker to present on behalf of the entire group. A delegation spokesperson may speak only once and will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. All questions and submissions must be directed to the chair and should be directly related to the public hearing. Protocol decisions of the chair are final and will not be debated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our registered speaker this evening is Mr. Iwan Sheshin. You may now proceed with your presentation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I got to thank you for your many years of service, your public service, and congratulations on your retirement. That hasn't been said tonight. I've seen you on Facebook, so
thanks.
Congratulations on that. So what I'll do is I will now share the screen. I do have a 5-minute and 15-second PowerPoint. It's a voiceover PowerPoint. And then after that, I will take any questions from council or yourself.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I hope you can all see that screen now, the PowerPoint. All right.
Site-specific land use bylaw amendment. Hello, on behalf of Colin Ewan Sheshin, the owner of EPC Spruce Village Center Limited, which is located at 5 Spruce Village Way. Colin is also a commercial property developer, real estate agent, property manager, and owner, as well as a resident of the city of Spruce Grove. You might recognize myself as well. My name is Brandon Ewan Sheshin, the son of Colin. I am also the voice of the local 5-time AJHL champion Spruce Grove Saints. We are here today to request council approval for a site-specific land use bylaw amendment to allow alcohol sales within 100 meters of a public park. EPC Spruce Village Center Limited has attempted to receive permitting for a liquor store at this location 2 previous times. As per overwhelming demand and requests from potential tenants at this location, Colin had emailed the city of Spruce Grove to inquire again about permitting for a liquor store. On February 3rd, 2021, the planning department was in favor to support a site-specific land use bylaw amendment. Please see email exchange between Colin and the senior planner of the city of Spruce Grove. Then on April 19th, 2021, Spruce Grove Planning Department changed their mind and did not support the site-specific land use bylaw amendment after EPC Spruce Village Center paid $3,000 in fees. The location of 5 Spruce Village Way, photographed below. The commercial complex is separated by 34.4 meters to the curb, 41.5 meters to the sidewalk, and 47.9 meters to the park fence. The adjacent public park does not back directly onto the property. It's separated by Victoria Avenue. The neighboring convenience store and business, as well as local neighborhoods at 5 Spruce Village Way, will support the proposal of a liquor store. There's plenty of parking directly in front of the building and enough distance to not disturb any neighboring residents. 6 current tenants located in the commercial building of 5 Spruce Village Way have signed off in support of the liquor store at this location, as well as the neighboring 7-Eleven convenience store. This will bring economic value to the city through jobs and benefit the city through taxes, especially after the last year of the pandemic. We present this information with the hope you see the value in this to foster potential growth. When this process was initiated in the beginning of January 2021, there were no liquor sales in this neighborhood, nor directly south in Grove Meadows. There is no service east of Century Road for any neighborhoods except by Highway 16A. We noted that both the existing Ace Liquor and Vivo Liquor are approximately 1.5 kilometers away from the proposed site, while being adjacent to either a school or daycare or a public park. The proposed site at 5 Spruce Village Way has similar adjacent characteristics. The downturn in the economy and the pandemic have provided limited opportunities to find suitable tenants, and with the property owner receiving many inquiries for a liquor store and with a current offer to lease, the ownership would like to have the City of Spruce Grove vote in favor of the site-specific land use bylaw amendment to allow alcohol sales within 100 meters from a public park at 5 Spruce Village Way. Moving forward, taken from the City of Spruce Grove 2019 Development Activity Report, permits for new commercial construction dropped from 8 in 2018 to 2 in 2019. The value of the 2 new commercial buildings also dropped by 63%. The report also states the total number of building permits issued dropped by 15% in 2019 relative to the year before, the lowest level in the past decade. The 2020 Development Permit Summary indicates a drop in commercial improvements / alterations from 61 in 2019 to 45 in 2020. Based on this steady decline, we see this proposed business approval as a positive for the City of Spruce Grove. Capital Regional municipalities that regulate the location of liquor stores through their land use bylaws by listing them as discretionary or permitted uses, but do not have specific proximity-based restrictions, include the City of St. Albert, Town of Stony Plain, Strathcona County, Town of Morinville, and the City of Fort Saskatchewan. The Town of Stony Plain and the City of St. Albert. Strathcona County. Morinville, and the City of Fort Saskatchewan. Bill 2 was passed from the Government of Alberta and would apply to all parks to give park owners the discretion to allow drinking or not in all parks across the province. In parks that do allow drinking, alcohol is to be consumed in clearly marked areas. On January 25, 2021, the Edmonton City Council looked for the public's help to determine whether or not they should allow drinking in picnic sites across the city of Edmonton. The council voted in favor of advancing the discussion. By a vote of 8-3, the city approved a pilot project to permit alcohol consumption at 47 designated picnic sites in select parks in the River Valley. Specific signage will be allocated to 7 parks, including in the pilot project, and enforcement teams will monitor those sites. We appreciate your time and consideration in approving this matter. After reviewing the location, economic situation, lack of service, surrounding communities, Bill 2 from the Government of Alberta, and the recent City of Edmonton project, I would like to request approval for this site-specific land use bylaw amendment at 5 Spruce Village Way.
Okay, thank you very much, for the presentation, Colin. You've obviously put a lot of work into, into that PowerPoint, and thank you very much for that. Just before I turn it over to council to maybe ask questions, I just wanted to ask our city clerk if any additional submissions have been received.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have included Mr. Iwashishин's PowerPoint presentation as a written submission in the agenda package, but we have not received any further submissions as of this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll take this opportunity again to prompt the public if they would like to email any submission regarding this matter to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. So I'm going to open up the floor to my colleagues on council if they have any questions directly to Mr. Iwashishin since he's on the floor. If there's any questions you have, go ahead. Councillor Roth.
Okay, given that this is the same proponent as had applied earlier, and I recall that an application was made to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board on which I sit. My question to the presenter is, in your opinion, has anything materially changed since the unsuccessful application? I think it was probably about a year ago, but I don't recall.
Yes, definitely the downturn in the economy. And basically that email that sent from the senior planner on February 3rd that said that they would be in support of the site specific by a text amendment. And also just the changes, once we did the research and it was in the PowerPoint about all the other municipalities that do not even have this bylaw. And of course, now that the city of Edmonton allowing drinking in parks, I'm not asking for, we're not trying to change the bylaw on the city of Spruce Grove to have drinking in parks, but a liquor store in the community.
Okay, thank you for that. I have some comments that I want to make about those, your case. However, this is not the time, and that'll come later in tonight's agenda. So thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Roth. Any other questions to Mr. Iwashishin? Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Iwashishin. This is the same unit that has been applied for in the past, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So what has happened in the last, I guess, actually about 5 months now, of course, I market my own properties and everything, and I have probably about 25 to probably now closer to 30 emails and inquiries on a liquor store in this one unit. It's the only ground floor unit I have in this in this building. And that's the only reason I prompted City Council again to inquire about this, is because I was getting tons and tons of emails from different people that would like to open a liquor store in this area because they think it'd be very, prosperous.
Thank you for that. That was just my question for clarification. I will have maybe some questions or some comments. And I actually do have a question for administration, just for clarification on the 100-meter distance is measured to the curb or the fence or the structure, just for clarity. I believe it's the curb, but.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Grilke, this application is for a land use bylaw amendment. So it is a amendment that affects the zoning or the districting. It applies to the entire parcel. Mr. Collin did not specify which unit he wanted to have this zoning, and that would be far too detailed. He wanted this on a site-specific basis. So it applies from the boundary of 5 Spruce Village Way to boundary of Spruce Village Park. The distance is 20 meters.
So regardless of where, just so I'm understanding, regardless of where the unit is in the building, we're measuring from the closest border to the park.
We are, because the regulation says that it measures from the site boundary, not the unit. So in this case, it would apply from the boundary of 5 Spruce Village Way to the boundary of the park.
And maybe this isn't the time to ask that question, but if we, for example, didn't approve the site-specific amendment, and I know Councillor Roth had referred to that this had come through to the SDAB, would it be something that would continue forward and talk about specifically that unit. Is that possible? It's my recollection that the unit is further away. Obviously, it's not on the border closest to the park. And again, I may be asking a question that's not appropriate for this public hearing, but so correct me if I'm out of line.
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Gulke, the decision of the SDAB and the decision of this amendment are two entirely separate matters. The decision of this application has no bearing or precedent derived from the previous application. This really is a site-specific land use bylaw amendment. The other applications you were dealing with were development permit related applications. Lastly, if council was to approve this application, this would not set a precedent for other sites because this is a site-specific amendment. So you are essentially allowing something on this particular site.
So, and I appreciate that you're exactly right. They're two separate things. Maybe if I asked it in a way that said, if we don't approve the site-specific amendment, is there anything further that this business owner can do to further their case?
Well, if this amendment was defeated, they would not be able to apply for the same amendment for a period of time. I believe it is 6 months. So that would limit their chances from applying for another land use bylaw amendment that is similar to the nature of this amendment. That does not preclude them from applying for development permits on this particular unit. So they can do other things. They just cannot change the land use bylaw amendment in the manner that they are proposing today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I think in a roundabout way, and maybe I'm wrong, which Councillor Grilke was getting to is, Mr. Nalavde, you indicated that the land use bylaw amendment would reflect that the boundary measurements were taken from the boundary of the entire site. And I wasn't sure if Councillor Grilke was saying, is there an opportunity for another way if the actual to administration, if there was another opportunity to look at the distance from the actual store. In other words, let's say the store is on the very south side of the property and they said, okay, actually the distance from that store to the park is actually within, within the proper distance. So is that possible, or does it have to be exactly from the boundary?
Through Mr. Mayor, this use is a discretionary use within this district. So the development officer can take a more lenient view in terms of measuring the distance from the specific unit to the park boundary. The bylaw in section 56 clearly says that when we are measuring the park, it is the boundary of that park. Now, if we are dealing with a development permit, we may choose to not look at the boundary of 5 Spruce Village Way. We may go further in. But despite that, it would fall into a 34 or 35 meter distance, which would still not meet the 100-meter distance that we are working with. This is the unit is directly in front of a park space, and there is a school on the other side, which is just over 100 meters. So those are the challenges of this site, and it's a conflict with section 56 of the land use bylaw.
Okay, so then, okay, thank you very much for that. So going forward, if council approves second reading, this would be strictly to this site. It wouldn't change the regulation relative to the other sites within the city. This would be just strictly a site-specific amendment that would be required.
Through Mr. Mayor, that is correct. This would be a site-specific amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. And another question I have, my understanding is that they applied for a site-specific amendment and they paid a $3,000 fee to go through that process because you had indicated that you would look at a site-specific amendment. So that money's been paid, and now today you're not supportive of that site-specific amendment, or?
Through Mr. Mayor, the email that Colin is showing on the screen is from February 3rd, 2021, which is when we were laying out the process for Colin. Colin knew from day one that his amendment was directly in contravention to what the bylaw is. on Feb 17th is when Colin paid his fees. On Feb 19th, I clarified with him, when we say support, we support an application, we mean we support the processing of an application.
Okay.
The decision and the outcome of this particular application directly lies with council. It is not within our purview. We do the process and we provide an outcome. On April 19th, we gave him the outcome. And so I have emails to show you that correspondence between me and Colin took place. Colin was aware right from day one that this may or may not be in his favor, that we are only saying yes to a process. We didn't want to prejudice it. So I have emails if you want to see them.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine, Pankaj, or Mr. Nalavde. I fully understand what you're saying. You know, that, you know, to move forward through that process, there's a significant amount of work to do by staff, and those fees reflect that work. And at the end of the day, it's a decision of council. So thank you very much. That clarifies that for me. Okay, any other questions to administration or to Mr. Iwashishin from council? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to administration, just for some context. Do we have other site-specific changes or amendments to allow this type of activity? Because then it would put in my mind that perhaps we need to look at our regulation outside of this process. But I'm just wondering, do we have other site-specific allowances that would contravene the 100-meter setback for liquor sales in the city of Spruce Grove?
To Mr. Mayor, Councillor Acker, we have some exceptions in a direct control district. For example, on December 14th, council approved a liquor store within the Tri-Village area. I believe that was an example, but council had other reasons. There was a hotel nearby and that use was complementary. And there were a number of other reasons why council decided that was a good fit. So that was one example that I am aware of. Secondly, City of Spruce Grove adopted its current bylaw in 2011. Prior to 2011, the city did not have a distinction between a major alcohol store and a minor alcohol store. So under the guise of minor alcohol stores, there would be an example that was approved back in the day, which may be in proximity to a school site and a park site. And I believe the slide that I showed you was that example. Since 2011, the city has moved to apply Section 56 to all forms of alcohol stores. And from there on, I am not aware of any examples of that nature, except a direct control project.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Any other questions or comments? So Mr. Nalavde, they're under the same premise now, minor or major. Would this be classed as a minor alcohol sales establishment or a major one?
Through Mr. Mayor, this would be a minor alcohol sales store.
So it wouldn't be like a great big giant box store sales thing where you have lots of traffic in and out. It'd be more of a neighborhood type of minor alcohol.
Through Mr. Mayor, this would be roughly a 271 meter square. That is the limit. So about 2,700, 3,000 square feet unit. That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
And so it would be a discretionary use in that district.
Okay. So it's a discretionary use and permitted under discretionary use. Okay, thank you. All right, I think that pretty much wraps it up unless anybody else has anything else. To the city clerk for the third and final time, any additional submissions been received by email?
Mayor, we just checked the inbox and no additional emails have been submitted. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Nalavde, for the presentation and the professional manner in which you present. I really appreciate your presentations that you do for us. And Mr. Iwashishin, thank you very much for the PowerPoint and the information, that's going to be before council later on this evening. So with that, I declare this public hearing closed. Okay, moving forward, there are no council presentations and or delegations. So I would like to go to number 7, which is public question and answer period. So I'd like to ask the city clerk if there's anybody has been registered to ask a question of council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The public was provided the opportunity to register to speak, and we did not receive any registrations today.
Okay, so Councillor Stevenson is off the hook again for reading a statement, but we'll catch up to her another time for the next one. Thank you very much, Ms. Gray, for that. Okay, I'm going to move on to 8A under Councillor statements. Councillor Mackenzie had indicated that she would like to make a councillor statement regarding the Meridian Housing Foundation. Go ahead, Councillor Mackenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I just wanted to provide an update to council on an actual fundraising campaign, excuse me, for the Meridian Housing Foundation honoring Aaron Babcock. Aaron was a tireless advocate for our community, and the Meridian Housing Foundation was blessed with her advocacy for our affordable housing project, Folkestone Manor, which is going in Stony Plain. Some of you may recall at that time that the Alberta government was contributing to capital projects only if they were the partners and they were directing the actual project. Meridian Housing Foundation tried to work with their project managers, and it truly was a nightmare of complete red tape and inconsistencies. Erin advocated so much with her colleagues that we were one of the very few in Alberta who actually received a grant in order to build. And the grant that we received was $6 million. For that alone, she had definitely earned my deepest respect. Meridian Housing Foundation has recently been approached by her friends and family who wanted to run a campaign in her memory with all the funds going to the Meridian Housing Foundation. I'd like to read an excerpt from the fundraiser that has been set up. It does say, Aaron Babcock was the last MLA for the Stony Plain constituency, 2015 to 2019. Always keeping community first and foremost, Aaron successfully advocated for multiple projects in Stony Plain and the constituency. Aaron had a special place for seniors in her heart, and through her advocacy, Meridian Housing Foundation was able to bring Folkestone Manor affordable housing apartments for seniors and veterans to fruition, one of Aaron's most proudest moments. Aaron's life was cut tragically short by cancer and passed away on April 25th, 2020 at the age of 38. Due to COVID-19, her friends and family were not able to gather to celebrate her life and accomplishments. So in lieu of a memorial service and in honor of Aaron's 40th birthday, we are raising funds to ensure a place for Aaron in history at Folkestone Manor by supporting Meridian Housing Foundation's capital campaign and raising enough to secure a naming opportunity. I just thought council would be interested in donating and sharing this information with their other contacts. I'll forward the link to this campaign to administration so it can be added to the minutes for tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that update, and that's fantastic to hear, Councillor Mackenzie. Are there any questions or comments from council in regards to Councillor Mackenzie's note? Okay, thank you very much. I would ask Councillor Mackenzie if she could make a motion to move her report for information.
Yes, I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion to accept for information Councillor Mackenzie's report. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, and at this time, I'd like to, just before we get into our administrative updates, I've had a couple of requests for a comfort break. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll see everybody back here at 10 after 8. Thank you. Okay, we are back to live streaming. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming back. Let's go on to 9A, administrative updates. COVID-19 pandemic update. Mr. Wolanski, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the public and council. So Spruce Grove has 20 active cases as of today. Regionally, Parkland County has 8 and Stony Plain has 3. In terms of vaccinations, again, as we've reported in the past, they do put Stony Plain and Spruce Grove together, but we are currently sitting at 68.4% of people immunized with at least 1 dose, and that is ages 12 plus, and 20% of people are fully vaccinated, again, over the age of 12. The province on June 10th did enter into stage 2 of their open for summer plan. When this, so I'm going to list off what those requirements are, but outdoor social gatherings increased to 20 people with distancing. Indoor and outdoor wedding ceremonies can occur up to 20 people. Receptions are only permitted outdoors. Indoor and outdoor funeral services remain unchanged with up to 20 people permitted. And again, receptions are permitted outdoors. Restaurants may now seat tables with up to 6 people, indoors or outdoors. And dining parties are no longer restricted to household only, and physical distancing and other restrictions still apply in other areas of the restaurant. Capacity for retail and places of worship also increased to 1/3 of the fire code occupancy. Gyms and other indoor fitness facilities are open for solo and drop-in activities with 3-meter distancing between participants, and fitness classes may resume also with 3-meter distancing. Indoor and outdoor youth and adult sports are now can commence and resumed full activity. Indoor settings may open with up to 1/3 of fire code occupancy, including indoor recreation center. And this also includes arenas, cinemas, theaters, museums, art galleries, and libraries. Youth activities such as day camps, overnight camps, and play centers may resume. Personal wellness services can resume walk-in versus appointment only. Post-secondary institutions can resume in-person learning. And the work from home order is lifted, but still recommended. Outdoor fixed seating facilities can open with 1/3 seated capacity, so those are grandstands. And public outdoor gatherings increase to 150 people for things like concerts and festivals. Indoor masking and distancing requirements remain in place throughout this stage. Some restrictions to continue to apply to activities within each step as well. Complete information can be found at alberta.ca/COVID-19, or again, links on the city's website to those provincial website. And again, we want to thank everyone for doing their part to prevent the spread and for taking the time to get vaccinated as well. Speaking of vaccinations, today the government announced details on the new province-wide lottery, which will give every Albertan aged 18 and older who gets vaccinated a chance to win $1 million. So complete details and registration to enter can be found at alberta.ca/lottery. We did want to tell council and the public that the Westview Primary Care Network is partnering with St. Augustine Church in our community for a homeless and vulnerable population vaccination clinic. And so we'd certainly like to thank both Westview PCN and St. Augustine Church for this important partnership in helping those vulnerable populations within our community. In regards to return to the workplace, as an organization, we are making plans to reintegrate staff into the workplace in response to the province's open for summer plan. Our approach will be phased and is dependent, of course, on provincial health orders being lifted. More information will be shared as available, but the Emergency Management Agency does continue to monitor and put the health and safety of our residents and, of course, our staff as well and visitors as a top priority. We do find ourselves moving toward another period of transition as we start moving closer to coming out of the pandemic. And there will be many opinions, perspectives as we move through this change. And so it's important that we remember to be kind and respectful. And we've come this far together. We certainly want to move forward together. And that's my update for this evening, Mr. Mayor, and I'll certainly open it up to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. I have a couple of comments. First of all, libraries are able to open now, and Spruce Grove Public Library will open tomorrow, fully aware and respectful of capacity requirements and limitations. So look forward to that. Spruce Grove Public Library, as council members know, has been operating through the last few months through pick up at, and I myself have taken advantage of this service, pick up at the library. You order your materials and then you can go pick them up and somebody delivers them to you without you actually entering the building. To Mr. Wolanski, you kind of referenced opening of city facilities, including City Hall. And I know some of us, and probably all of us, have been seeing comments or questions or been getting personal questions perhaps as to why City Hall can't open soon. So I just would like to put it out there that I think it would be, and I know that these decisions are being made by a staff committee, the Emergency Management Agency, and they're trying to be respectful of government regulations and health and safety of staff and citizens. But I know that there are people in the community who would like to see City Hall and other facilities open up as soon as possible. So I'll just make that comment. I have two questions. What about Jubilee Park? People being able to use the splash park at Jubilee Park without actually having to book a registration time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Roth. So that is something we will continue to evaluate. We wouldn't consider that until all the provincial health restrictions are lifted, which would not be until stage 3. And we would probably continue to, like I said, monitor that and see, depends on the demand. There may be times that are busier than others that we would just want to continue that, but that's something we'll make decisions on once we hit the no restriction stage 3 component, which is again estimated to be early July.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be able to pass that comment and that answer along. The comment has been made to me that some municipalities have already opened up their splash parks. And my comment back to those individuals has been, well, every municipality has the same key objective, and that is the protection of staff and citizens, but that doesn't mean that they all make the same decisions. So I believe, for example, that St. Albert's Splash Park, or at least one of them may be open now, and some residents from Spruce Grove are going there, but St. Albert obviously has made a different decision about reopening of their splash park.
I should clarify, our splash park is open and has been since May 31st.
Yes.
But it is with restrictions, like you said, in terms of booking and whatnot. Yes.
Yes. And sorry, I misspoke. I know that it's been open for a while. It's just that there are restrictions and you have to book times. The second question I have is, when do we anticipate that as soon as the province, we have a mask mandate in effect in Spruce Grove, and that's not news to anybody on this call, but on this Zoom meeting, but when the province drops its mask mandate, will our Emergency Management Agency start looking seriously at bringing a recommendation to council to do the same thing?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Roth, we will be coming to council on June 28th for that consideration and that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Houston.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I would ask one of my colleagues on council to accept Mr. Wolanski's report for information. Councillor Grolke.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor, that we accept Mr. Wolanski's report for information.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grolke, for that. I'll call the question on the motion. Thank you. Councillor Roth will recall back in the day, which was a long time ago, because I say back in the day, whenever there was a motion before council, there was a race to do the motion. Here, it's just so laid back and it's kind of different, but it's good. It's just different. But anyway, okay, thank you very much. Let's go forward with bylaws, and let's go on to bylaw 10A under the Municipal Development Plan Amendment that we just had the public hearing for. And so I'd ask one of my colleagues Councillor Acker to make a motion for second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1153-21 Municipal Development Plan Amendment, Southwest 15327 west of the 4th.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Mr. Pushko, you're going to be introducing this item, and this relates to the public hearing that we just had. And the Municipal Development Plan Amendment precedes the Area Structure Plan Amendment. So this is for second reading, and this would be required first.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll quickly share my screen. So trusting that everybody can see my screen. Yes, this is for second and third reading, possible second and third reading for Municipal Development Plan Amendment Southwest 15327 west of the 4th under bylaw C 115321. So as we had the public hearing earlier this evening, I will have a quick overview for those that did not make it. This amendment area is located in the city's east boundary, north of Highway 16A. The amendment proposes revisions to the following municipal development plan maps. To Figure 8, the future land use map for adding vehicle-oriented commercial. For Figure 9, the major roadway network for adding a new collector roadway. And to Figure 11, major employment area to identify new employment lands. This municipal plan development plan amendment is proposed to in support of a concurrent East Area Structure Plan Amendment application under bylaw C 115221 to maintain consistency between statutory plans. I'll quickly go over the MDP Figure 8, the future land use map. So the map on the left side of the screen is the existing MDP map, and the proposed map is on the right side. So the circulated area in the existing map has a special study area, some open space, and some residential. So this amendment plans out the special study area and redefines existing residential land to vehicle-oriented commercial land, and also clarifies the boundary of the open space on the north of that area. This proposed amendment supports several municipal planning goals that include reinforcing and creating new community level gathering places, increasing local employment opportunities, continued development of Spruce Grove as a regional and commercial center, and supporting a higher quality of life for residents through creation of gathering places for social and recreational activities, and offering diverse recreational programs and first-class facilities. And that alludes to the associated Area Structure Plan Amendment under bylaw C 115221. Administration supports this proposed MDP amendment concurrent with the Area Structure Plan Amendment bylaw. I'll end my presentation there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Prushko, for the presentation and reflecting on the work that we've done to get to this point. I think I'm really pleased to say to administration, to work together to align our statutory plans. And that's important because the municipal development plan needs to align with our area structure plan amendments. And thank you to administration for making sure that happens. And the best part, I think, of the presentation, I'm going to open up the floor to my colleagues on council, but I think the best part that many of these elements align with our Bright Future Municipal Development Plan. And I think you listed a bunch of the things that hit that target with this amendment to that area. So with that, for second reading, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council for questions and comments, if there are any, for second reading under the Municipal Development Plan Amendment. Okay, Councillor McKenzie, and then Councillor Roth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration, and it's not, I don't have any actual real concerns with this MDP change, other than I'm just concerned with the actual drawings being presented here. When we go back to, when we look at the actual major road network, and on our presentations, it's page 116. But when you zoom in, the actual green line, which matches the legend, which is the future collector, actually doesn't line up with the current plan that is there. And so it shows a road and it actually only shows the one connection. And reality is with the collector road, and back in the public hearing, I had requested for clarity, there is actually 2 collector road intersections. And I think that we should be making sure that the MDP plan shows that. So I don't know, and that's where I'm struggling a little bit with the presentation because shoot, it keeps going back out of my order when I zoom out, is, with the one presentation, we show figure 8, 9, and 10, 11, I think it is, that we're amending. And yet in the actual, then when you go to the second reading presentation, you're actually only showing the existing and the proposed for the future land use. And then it brings me to the next question, which is the future land use. In the first drawing, it actually shows where the mixed use is and the entertainment is being added. But then when you go to page 120, it is all red, which is vehicle orientated commercial. So there is some inconsistencies in the presentation. So I guess if I'm going to be able to make a informed vote on this, what is actually being amended and proposed for the MDP. So, I don't know if we can gather that for a third reading and truly have a look at what is actually being proposed on the drawings, because currently right now, it isn't making sense. So this is just where I'm at with those questions on this particular presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a comment in response, there are several questions there. So the first thing I would suggest is the presentations are slightly different than the maps that are attached to the bylaws, just to allow for us to demonstrate, closer scrutiny of what the proposals are. So I can assure you that the legends and those sorts of changes are consistent on the area structure or the municipal plan development bylaw itself, and we have done our best to ensure that that's happened. As to the consistency of lines, in terms of land use, there is a couple different amendments, the area structure and the MDP, so they are of different scales. So there are some differences in conceptualization that may appear as inconsistent, but they have been reviewed as being consistent. The municipal development plan is the higher level plan, and then it is further refined by the area structure plan. So there can be slight differences between the two plans, and there are a couple, as you've pointed out. In terms of the roadway, I think that the municipal development plan does not show that second road. I understand that you're talking about, but the area structure plan kind of puts that in as potential, and it's yet to be seen if it is built, but it could be built. And so I think the area structure plan clarifies that there is the potential for another collector type road coming north in between the connection to Highway 16A and Pioneer Road. So I think that was most of your concerns. If there's something else, I could take a try at that too.
For sure, and with all due respect, I understand your response, and yes, so in our document here, the 3 drawings that are attached to the actual bylaw are the particular drawings that I guess we can, forget about the one that's in the presentation. But so if we go to the future land use, and again, I would assume that the actual drawing for the MDP will not include the overlay of the subdivision that is shown on our presentation, and which is fine. But reality is, on this particular drawing, we're showing the vehicle orientated commercial, we're showing the entertainment, we're showing the mixed use. And in order to accommodate that, the line that shows the road actually goes through proposed lots. So you've shown us that particular subdivision. They're coming forward with an area structure plan, which shows that road connection. So at this point in time, why would we not have the MDP match the ASP? We're presenting them both tonight for second and third readings. And I apologize if I appear to be difficult, but I just think if we've got 2 statutory plans and we're approving them on the same night, would we not want them to match?
Yes, well, I can share the copy I do have of the future land use map just to and discuss around that. Just give me half a second. Okay, so again, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor's question. So these are clips of the actual changes to the existing and proposed map. So they are conceptual. The map that you referred to about the subdivision, like certainly there are in, I guess, the transportation figure and certain other ones more detailed lines that at this level are more conceptual than defined. And so there, I think we initially refer to the land use concept map as sort of giving the broad brush strokes. And you know, the other maps on transportation and servicing, again, play a secondary role and have certain different lines on them that can provide more information, but are not necessarily tied into actual approvals at this point. And again, I think I would just reiterate that, you know, the municipal development plan is, you know, a very high level document. And so at least from the planning perspective, there is some flexibility as to a progression of more detail as you go from municipal development plan down to area structure plan. And there will be further refinement during redistricting and subdivision in the same manner. So, you know, we have reviewed them as being consistent. And, you know, I can say that much, that the planning department is satisfied that they're implementable as proposed. And I guess I would end there. If there's any clarifying questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yes, for sure. And I guess what is being presented, please don't remove this slide, is the whole red area right now that is shown is presented as vehicle oriented commercial. But the reality is the top portion of it is actually brown on our other presentation that are on the actual document that we received from planning, and it shows the entertainment. So right now on this particular what's being proposed, and I know you had indicated that what in your presentation wasn't the same as what is in the bylaw. So in our package, there is the bylaw with 3 drawings, which are the proposed figures. And this particular one from that you have on the screen doesn't match. So is it at all possible to go to the actual bylaw figures that are being presented in our package that we will be voting on tonight? Because there is inconsistencies on there. And again, I just go back to, if we're amending the area structure plan, which yes, is a more detailed than the MDP, and I understand that the MDP is a higher level, but again, we're voting on 2 documents tonight that refer to the exact same areas and they are not consistent. So I'm really struggling with how to vote tonight because I don't truly know what I'm voting on.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councilor's question, I certainly can pull up the documents that you suggest. Just take me a minute. But I would, I guess, reiterate and maybe give a little bit more explanation about the red area on the municipal development plan. So as a higher level development, there are lesser categories, land use categories that we choose from, and they're and from that, they become more flexible in terms of ability at area structure plan to differentiate further land uses. In this instance, like the option at the municipal development level is vehicle-oriented commercial. And so it's been refined down at the area structure plan as the entertainment district, which again is very much supported by vehicular type access and parameters. So from the planning department's perspective, given the limited choices at the municipal development plan level, that seemed like an appropriate land use to put it under. And I think the vehicle-oriented commercial along Highway 16A kind of spoke for itself. That is commercial and very consistent with both the MDP and the area structure plan as we move forward.
Yep. And again, I'm understanding what you're saying. However, if we go to, like, this is your presentation, and as you indicated, your presentation is different than the actual 3 particular schedules that are attached to a bylaw that I am expected to vote on tonight. So I would like to see those 3 schedules that are included in the actual bylaw that we are voting on tonight, because in our package, those 3 schedules have inconsistencies that do not match the upcoming area structure plan, as well as I understand that you're saying that there is a limited amount, but if you were to actually zoom out to this whole Pioneer area map on the municipal development plan, you can see to the west of it, we show the orange, which is mixed use. So why do we not have the orange? You've got the brown in the legend, so we should be showing the brown. I totally respect it's a higher level, but right now from this package, the drawings that are attached to the bylaw, I can't comfortably vote on, and I'm struggling with this.
I can maybe just clarify.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Lavasher. Mr. Lavasher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just attempt to clarify because I think it's a bit of an understanding between the orders of the documents and the levels of the documents. And so I just want to attempt to just kind of clarify that. So Mr. Pushko kind of alluded to it. So the municipal development plan has X number of, items or types within the legend that can be used for these areas. And so the vehicle oriented seems to cover most of what's required or up within this area. It is the ASP that starts to kind of dictate more of the land use perspective, right? And then when that time comes in the area structure plan, we can further define. So, there was a lot of detail on some of the slides. I think it was 116 within the package that had an overlay of the tentative plan. And however, it does show the road connection, the one road connection that's an all directional that we talked about earlier during the ASP public hearing. And so from that perspective, it's just kind of like bigger Sharpies on a map, if you will, to sort of align the intent through the municipal development plan. And it's the very high level documents. When you look at the area structure plan, you start to dive into some of the nuances of it, and there's more of an availability of items as you start to refine it. And then, as you know, the redistricting further identifies and narrows down the uses and the parcels. And then at the time of subdivision, that's when the lines are really drawn and parcels are registered and accesses are in place through land titles. And so I believe that the intent of the MDP aligns with the area structure plan being both presented this evening. They might not be colored exactly the same, and they might not have the exact road alignments, but the area structure plan really dives into more of those details. So I hope I'm making sense here.
I will
just totally, Mr. Lavasser, but again, all due respect, where I'm really struggling is, so I'm going to vote on a bylaw. Number one, in the presentation, I don't actually see the presentation that was presented on the screen was not the actual drawings that are attached to the bylaw. So I think you had brought up the one. I'd love for us to be able to get page 115, 116, and 117 up on the screen, just for me to highlight. My concern is we're going to vote, and the thing is, the presentation shows it all red, but the one on our thing that is attached to the bylaw shows the brown and the orange. And so again, the land use shows the brown, shows the orange, shows the red. So now the road network on figure 9 should match kind of the layout of that. And so this is where it's very confusing, because figure 8 attached to the bylaw shows brown, orange, and red. Figure 9 shows the roadway going through halfway through brown, halfway through orange, and coming out at the highway with only one connection. And I'll go back to the process of this. So We're gonna vote the MDP, which is higher level, which doesn't quite show the road network, which doesn't maybe show the different uses. And then 20 minutes later, I'm gonna vote on the area structure plan, which actually gives us the detail. So how about in 2 weeks, let's bring the MDP back so the MDP matches the now approved ASP. We're voting on both of these tonight, should they not match. And I apologize for my frustration on this, but I just don't know what I'm voting on tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. I appreciate the fact that the maps don't match. I think the administration has made it clear that the one that we're deciding on tonight is a higher level map, and it's generally a higher level concept map. And yes, you're correct, they don't match exactly. And it's about, I think, what they're trying to get through, that the area structure plan gets into more detail. And further to that, it's only a conceptual, the ASP is only conceptual as well. And the conceptual part of that, Mr. Pushko is going to join back in, but the conceptual part of that, it's further to be refined under all the subdivision and all of that. I get what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. But I think the question is, and let's relate it back to Mr. Pushko, he wants to weigh back in because there's lots of further refinement. This is just one step in the process.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've had some help and we've got the actual amendments up so I can give Councillor McKenzie the screenshot that she likes or would like to see. So I will do that. Okay. And with this up, I would agree that there is an inconsistency that has been pointed out, and I could see where she's coming from currently, where there is an entertainment use and then a vehicle oriented and a mixed use. And certainly the entertainment use is appropriate for this type of, for the defining the next area structure plan. But unfortunately, when we move forward,
can I just ask a quick question? Does this match page 115 of the other councillors? Like, do I have a different package? Because what I'm seeing on the screen does not match my package.
I'm just looking for the page number. Yes, what I've pulled up is the actual bylaw itself. I don't have the PDF version to open to give you the page number though. But I would agree, as I was saying, there is a bit of an inconsistency where that entertainment was part of an original sort of discussion.
I guess I'm just asking for clarity. Do I have a wrong package?
It looks like Mr. Pushko was displaying page 115 of your package.
Hi there. If I may interject here as clerk, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I would like to share our council package, and if I can just ask that Mr. Pushko shares with me what page, as well as Councillor McKenzie, that we're referring to, and we will share our council agenda package and make sure that we've got those images up.
I will have to open the PDF version, but I certainly can do that.
I know last week there was a presentation package given to us on Thursday and then one again on Friday. I have downloaded the one from Friday. And I can send a screenshot of what I'm seeing, and maybe this is why my frustration is there.
Yeah, so I can confirm the one I have up on the screen is page 115 from the council agenda package for June 14th.
So we stopped your screen share. So if you can refer to what page the image is, I will share my screen right now.
Certainly. Um,
115, that's what I have in my package.
Okay, I can verify that's different from what I have. I have no extra detailed lining on mine.
Okay, so
And
which
actually, what I just seen
are
there
we
is
the-
different from what I just screenshotted, or I just sent you to Miss Gray, as well as I sent a copy to the other counselors. Like, my copy actually shows brown and orange. So which one are we actually voting on tonight? And why would we not want it to match an area structure plan that we're matching, doing the same night? Like, literally, it is.
I guess it would appear to me that some of the, when it was PDF, there seems to be some additional information that has come through that isn't part of what I have as a copy of the land use bylaw. But I am, well, in looking at the proposed land use bylaw, as I was mentioning, there does seem to be an entertainment block on there, but that was not used. I guess it was seemingly not deleted from the legend. So I think the discussion about the vehicle-oriented commercial and the planning department's perspective that both the future entertainment district and the future highway commercial were appropriately defined at the municipal development plan level as vehicle-oriented commercial still stands. There may be some disagreement that that's not fine-tuned enough at the municipal development plan level, but I think from the planning department's perspective and in terms of implementing this and then the area structure plan, we would see them as being consistent with each other, and the ability to implement them, I think, would not be hampered. But certainly, the councillors can have their opinion on that.
Mr. Lavasser?
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, could we not call for a recess and possibly have administration bring to us the 3 drawings that are attached to the bylaw, so I
Thank you
at
very
least
much,
know what I'm
Councillor.
voting on?
Thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. I was just going to suggest that. Mr. Lavasher wanted to speak to that, and he's going to advise us that he's going to look at getting that sorted out during a recess. Okay, we are going to go into recess, and so we will be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. We're back to live stream. And we had a bit of a recess in regards to some issues and inconsistencies, particularly with the printed maps that showed a bit of an overlay. Mr. Skrepnik, going forward with this conversation, how do we move this forward?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me start off by expressing apologies for sometimes technology can be your worst enemy. What I can share with you is for purposes of the NDP, and I've asked Mr. Levasseur to get into a bit more detail. We utilized PDF documents from the applicant, and embedded within those PDF documents was additional layers of planning detail that were not germane to the representation of the NDP amendment tonight. And unfortunately, when we printed those hard copy documents, that is what appeared in council's agenda packages tonight. And I can verify that that's exactly what I'm looking at in terms of my hard copy package. I can assure you that I've just gone to the city's website to confirm what was provided to the public. And it is the higher order of mapping that is germane for council's decision tonight for the MDP amendment. I'll ask Mr. Levasseur just to confirm if that's in fact our understanding. And then what I would ask is that Ms. Gray display for council's benefit what was intended to be in your packages tonight for your consideration and information on the MDP amendment, and what has been, and she'll pull that off the city's website. That will give you some assurances that that is in fact what has gone out to the public in terms of public consumption. And at this point, Mr. Mayor, the best I can say is that, we've unpacked a technology challenge that unfortunately has created confusion. And for that, Councillor McKenzie, I sincerely apologize, and rest assured we will be debriefing to make sure that this does not happen again. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Levasseur and then over to Ms. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Skrepnik. Not much to add on that. However, we did discover that through our system for approving the agenda items that the additional line work didn't show up when we were approving. So there's just an extra layer in there that we feel was embedded that came through as part of the packages. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over to the city clerk to display the maps that council will be using as part of their approval process this evening.
All right, so I just wanted to make sure that everyone can see the screen I have up right now, bylaw C-115321. As it was attached to the public agenda package. And we're moving into figure 8 here. And then we'll see in the second figure, this is how it was presented. And then the third figure. And I'm happy to keep the screen up if need be, Mr. Mayor. So if anyone has any questions or we require some further conversation, please let me know.
Okay, let's go back to Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to administration. Yes, I apologize for my frustration, but after seeing what went on, and I get technology is crazy, and so I made the assumption that everybody was seeing what I was seeing. Thank you for bringing this up. I think personally, if I go back to figure 8, which we are amending, and while I completely respect that the MDP is a higher level, we have a legend which shows entertainment. We have a legend that shows multi-use. And our next agenda item, which we have seen, and I hope that that matches what we're all seeing the same, And where I'm struggling is this MDP, currently these 3 drawings, they really don't match the area structure plan that we are amending tonight. So I guess I just go back to challenge administration to say, when we're bringing forward a plan, like if you look at the lands to the west, yes, we show the multi-use areas. I believe tonight is a big significant portion that we are proposing this entertainment district for the ballpark. And the fact that we're not including it in our MDP concerns me. And especially when the next agenda item, at a more detailed level, we've put it on. So I guess, I speak tonight in saying that I will not be in favor of voting on these particular drawings. I'm in agreement of the area structure plan, and I will totally support the area structure plan. And at that point, I will recommend administration to bring back the MDP to match the area structure plan. So that's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Just to the clerk, okay, we have, can you roll up the other map, roll to the other, go to the next map. And I think part of the confusion is on the other part, there's a legend. So I also look at this, and I think Mr. Skrepnik tried to explain, at least, that this is a higher level document. And the area structure plan amendment that we'll be voting on next will have a lot more detail. And the area structure plan amendment will not have all the detail that are going to go into the subdivision part of it. So these are all steps in the process. To me, I can personally say, this doesn't confuse me. Yes, there's a part that doesn't say entertainment on part of the other legend, but I take that is more refined, because we're going to get right down to when we get to the area structure plan, and that will be the next part, and then we will have that part. Yes. So this is on a broader, higher level document, and it talks to vehicle oriented commercial, and I'm satisfied that the higher level document is before us is something that to move forward with this evening. It would be reflective of I support the higher level document, and when we get to the ASB, it'll be a whole lot better refined. And then further to that, the ASB work, yes, even on the subdivision development, we don't have that work done because it's simply not done, including all the access and everything else. So anyway, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues, but I support the higher level document in the intent. And yes, there is, I appreciate what you're saying, Councillor McKenzie, but I think, respecting Mr. Skrepnik, anything you could add to my comments? If you could weigh in.
To you, Mr. Mayor, no, I think you've captured it well. I mean, there are times where area structure plan amendments can proceed without amendments to MDPs, and my experience has been that we don't typically go back and rework MDPs, but I think the issue is a fair one, and all I would say is that trust that your administration will be debriefing on this issue in its totality, including when it makes sense to make sure that maps align, and we'd be happy to circle back with council at a future date.
Yeah, I guess to council, I guess my point is that it's not a misrepresentation. It's not. I can look at it and say, it shows a broader, a broader prospect, a broader view of it. But I think the area structure plan, when we get into that gives a lot more detail, to that. And yes, on this part of the map, to me, I think it meets the mark for, for this amendment. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was a long time since I raised my hand, so I'm not surprised that you couldn't remember that I was next in line. But my concerns are quite different, but I think they're also, to me, they're essential. And I want to speak to some of the comments that were made by Mr. Doucette in the public hearing. I I'm very cognizant and I share his concerns about the environmental cost. Let's face it, all development has an environmental cost. Granted, typical residential development, the environmental cost is significantly less than what it is in this case, because this is on sensitive lands and it's a much bigger development and a different type of development too. So I think we all have, and I've said this before, but I think that we all have a moral obligation to do what we can to make sure that we're leaving as little footprint as we possibly can, that we're protecting our city, our world as best we can for those we leave behind, our children and our grandchildren, and so on. Having said that, I'm pro-development, I'm pro-sports and recreation. I'm going to support this in all ways. But I think that Mr. Doucette makes some very good points. I think we have to trust that the city, those involved from the city side, from the developer, the consultant, all of those individuals share our concerns and want to make sure that we're having as little impact on the environment as possible. I know, and I asked the question as to whether this is going to be brought forward to the Saskatchewan River Watershed Alliance. I think that's important because they do want to be aware of these kinds of activities, these kinds of developments that are occurring in communities, cities, towns, villages, and so on, where development has an impact on water flows, water tables, those kinds of things. I think it's really important. So I just wanted to make the point that I do share Mr. Doucette's concerns. I don't think it would be right for us to just say, thank you, sir, and thank you for your presentation, and we'll give it consideration. I wanted to speak to that, but unless I'm convinced otherwise by any further comments by any of my colleagues, I believe this is something that's important for the community, and I'm going to support it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Councillor Stevenson.
Great. Thank you. I think seeing the more high level maps helped because I also had a different version in Connection. So this is the first time I'm actually seeing the high level maps that don't have the descriptions on the MDP. So if we are talking about the MDP, are we concerned then for the MDP whether or not we have road accesses? Is this important now, or are we worrying about that when we're talking about the area structure plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stevenson, I'll ask Mr. Lavaseur or Mr. Hussey to weigh in. But even at area structure plan, there's still sort of conceptual sort of road placements, and then we're going to move into subdivision and redistricting. And during those different layers of planning engagement, we further refine those. And I know there was a lot of questions this evening about Highway 16A access, and at some point we do engage with Alberta Transportation in terms of their sort of input into those, but it starts at its highest level. Because, for example, if we wouldn't get an MDP amendment, there'd be no point in further engagement on things like traffic and engagement with transportation at a more detailed level. But I can certainly ask Mr. Lavaseur to weigh in.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Skrepnik. So in regards to the ASP, it is a little bit more defined, but where everything sort of comes together is in the redistricting phase. And that's when we start to see the detailed engineering drawings, and we have all of the studies in place as far as traffic impact assessments relative to the design. We did some work as well on the functional plan for 16A, which also feeds into some of those decisions and discussions with the developer.
Okay, so Mr. Lavaseur, just to confirm what the public was seeing in the agenda package today with that high level look of the MDP, that is a very typical piece of information that would be given. The level of detail that we inadvertently got today is not normal, or it was inadvertent. So we need not worry about that for the MDP, go with the higher level, and then we're okay.
That's correct. So you just
Okay.
continue to further refine from the MDP to the area structure plan to the redistricting and subdivision that follows.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. That's correct. There's like 4 steps in this process. You know, MDP, area structure plan, the closer, the other, you know, the subdivision plans and stuff, and that'll all get worked out. There's lots of work to do on all that work, but thank you very much for the question. I think Mr. Lavazier followed up that. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Acker and then Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supportive of this moving forward. I think it makes sense. It's exciting to have this type of development locate in Spruce Grove. I really appreciate the work the administration has gone down looking at the environmental impact, because, you know, the entry to Spruce Grove from Edmonton is beautiful when you come over that rail crossing and see all those trees and you turn the bend and you're in the city of Spruce Grove. I think that's something that a lot of our residents hold dear, and I'm glad to see that our administration's taking it serious to make sure that we're protecting that tree stand and the water flows and ensuring that we are making damage. So I'm fine with having that identified all as vehicle commercial, and we'll get to the details following that in the ASB. And I appreciate Councilor Roth's comments on the presentation we had during the public hearing. I too, we worry about impacts to the wetlands, impacts to the nature and future generations. But based on the information I've heard and what administration has done, I'm confident that we're doing the best we can to protect that wetland area, the forested area, and still allow us to develop and provide amenities to the city. So I'll be supportive of this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, similar comments. I too am supportive of this process. I do just want to acknowledge the concerns that some of my other councillors have acknowledged as well. Mr. Doucette's points that he brought forward regarding the land and water conservation and the contiguous forested properties. Well, I think Councillor Roth said that most development, unfortunately, has an impact. And I feel that in the way that Spruce Grove has historically developed with our sensitivity on densities, that we have continued to show that we are trying to be respectful in a way that we develop. And unfortunately, there's probably a bit of give and take. And I think we're trying hard to give back a little as per the provincial requirements, and unfortunately have to take a little bit in order to further development. So I trust that administration has and will do the appropriate research to solidify those decisions. And for Councillor Mackenzie's concerns, I do see where she's coming from, that the legends include the yellow, I can't remember, as it's not on my screen, but then not included in the map. And so I completely appreciate her want and insistence on consistency. It doesn't necessarily mean that it won't mean that I don't support this, but I do trust that administration will maybe address that going forward. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. Appreciate the comments. Councillor Oldham.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question for administration. During the presentation, there was a comment, I believe, that talked about paying for wetlands to be put in another part of the province, but there wasn't much detail given. Can someone speak to who pays for that and what the process is with, Alberta Environment as to where those wetlands may end up being placed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Oldham, I'll give you my very high-level understanding. So subject to the decisions here tonight, Alberta Environment is going to be processing a wetlands application. Part of that application requires the applicant, who would be Mr. Cassidy, to pay an amount in lieu of the wetland, and that those monies are then used by Alberta Environment to further preserve other wetlands within the province or create them. But I'll maybe ask Corey to, I'm sorry, Mr. Lavasser to augment that.
Can't hear you, Mr. Lavasser.
You would think after this many months. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in regards to what was described by Mr. Skrepnik, there is in fact an application, as was alluded to. Part of that process is to provide compensation for the removal of those wetlands. And so it's a determination by the province as to the amounts and where they be located in future in other areas of the province.
Okay, that's great. Just part of my question was wanting to make sure that the city wasn't on the hook for any of that, that it's the landowner, and that's good to know. And like my colleagues have said, I appreciate all the varied perspectives and the points that were brought forward tonight. I do keep in mind as I think about this myself, that these are private lands, and at some point they will be developed. And I think, so what we need to compare is what this potential amendment, how it would affect the area in terms of the tree stands and the environment and the watershed, not relative to doing nothing, because eventually something is going to happen on these lands. We need to compare it to what was already proposed with the estate living and some of the other amenities that will be put in there. And when I compare those two, and I balance that off with the benefit to the community, I think it's a positive step, and I'm appreciative of administration and the developer, landowner, mitigating, some of the environmental effects as much as possible. And so I'll be supporting this tonight and look forward to what may come. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you for the comments as well. And just to conclude, and thank you very much to everybody for the feedback, and to Councillor McKenzie as well for her. She has a keen eye for engineering documents exactly, and her point was well taken. I think the thing which we talked about, and I think each of us alluded a bit to it, is finding that balance between the lands that will be developed somehow, and finding the balance about how they will develop. And quite frankly, the plans that are going to be before us are pretty significant developments for the city. I think the balance for us, though, is, and so that those listening will know, that the city of Spruce Grove a couple of years ago protected a major portion of those lands. And we talk about how do we protect those? We protect those by buying them and by paying a developer or the landowners for those. And we did that with a tune of $900,000 in an additional municipal reserve for in and around those areas in the Fenwick, and protected those watersheds. So I think that spoke a lot to Council's position on protecting the environment, as Councillor Roth alluded to how we feel about those lands. The good part about it, of course, is that there will be a small portion, 5 acres in the first phase. There might be a bit more later on, but and the development saving 20 acres of that. So I'm supportive of this. I'm supportive of moving the yardsticks forward in the amount of work that's gone on, and there's still significant work to do. There's much more detail that we need to get down into the nuts and bolts of how the roads align and how the traffic analysis is going to be done. But that's all part of the process. But the part of the process for us here this evening is the municipal development plan amendment. So I think that will conclude. I don't see anybody else has any questions or comments. So with that, I will call the question on the motion for second reading. Okay, opposed if any. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving forward, could I get a motion, please, for third reading? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that third reading be given to bylaw C-1153-21 Municipal Development Plan Amendment SW1-53-27-W4.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Appreciate that. We've just kind of discussed this one for the last bit. I think we've gotten over the hurdle on some of the issues that we had. Is there any other questions or comments in regards to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you. Opposed, if any? Okay, thank you. It's been carried. Okay, let's go to 10B. Okay, now we're getting into the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan Amendment. So now we're going to get more down into a little bit more of refined detail, which is great. So could I get a motion, please, for second reading? Councillor Steve McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would gladly make that second reading be given to bylaw C 1152-21 East Pioneer Area Structure Plan Amendment Southeast Lands.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pushko.
Yes, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will quickly share my screen. Okay, well, interesting that you all can see that. This is RFD for second and third readings of the Pioneer Lands Area Structure Plan Amendment Southeast Lands that we discussed earlier in the public hearing. So I'll be brief in my comments. Okay, there we go. All right, so just a quick recap of what this amendment is about. So this amendment is located in the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan. It's in the southwest quarter, 5327 west of the 4th, and it's northwest of Pioneer Road and Highway 16A. The purpose of this amendment is to amend the East Pioneer Area Structure Plan to establish new land uses in the West Special Study Area and replace an existing low-density residential area with an entertainment district, arterial commercial, and open space land uses. The figure that you see there includes the boundary of the amendment. And so with the development of Pioneer Road, and services have been provided in that area. This area is now in proximity to the extension of municipal services and roads. And so development interest has picked up to bring this on. As discussed and just passed, a concurrent amendment to the municipal development plan is proposed to adjust the existing MD land use from special study area residential to vehicle-oriented commercial and define the open space boundary. The proposed amendment itself redesignates the Western Special Study Area and the existing estate residential land use to new highway commercial, sport, entertainment, and open space land uses. The image on the left is the existing area structure plan, and the image on the right is the new plan proposed. So the yellow area being the entertainment district, the red lands being highway commercial lands, and the boundary of the open space and park area of significant natural area A has been defined as well by this. In addition, this change expands the developable area by incorporating surplus Highway 16 area right-of-way. It also adjusts the boundary of the environmentally significant natural area and updates road and infrastructure plans to support the proposed land use changes. The open space plan has been a major consideration of the progression of this plan. As everybody understands, this is a significant natural areas defined by the municipal development plan. It's a highly treed area, and up to this point has been not in proximity to servicing or roads, so it's been a long-term feature of the community. In recognizing that, this conservation of this area has been an important part of the review of the application. We do note that the environmentally significant natural area is not part of the Wagner Natural Areas direct recharge area, and the majority of the natural areas in this quarter section are being preserved by this amendment. The amendment proposes a few statistical changes to the existing area structure plan. So things that are moving out are the special study area is reduced by 15 hectares, and the estate residential has been reduced by 9.6 hectares. These have been replaced by the entertainment land use, which is 7.2 hectares. Commercial areas add approximately 13.7 hectares, and this includes the surplus right-of-way that was talked about along Highway 16A, and that is based on a transportation functional plan that has been accomplished. Parks and open spaces add about 1 hectare over the whole area structure plan, and stormwater management, about 2 hectares has been converted to that land use from the existing. That reflects the fact that this area is much more intensive than the previous special study area and estate residential. In summary, there's an increase in commercial and entertainment land uses in the previous unplanned special study area, with the formal estate residential lands within the environmental significant area, and by adding some surplus Highway 16A lands. Removal of low density estate residential has resulted in an overall residential density increase within the area structure plan. Roads and infrastructure. So transportation and infrastructure changes to support the amendment concept include a central collector roadway with eastern access to Highway 16A, 2 stormwater management facilities, and confirmation of water and sanitary servicing concepts. Administration supports approval of bylaw C1152. I'll end my presentation there if there's any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pushko, for that presentation. This is the area structure plan that we just completed the public hearing on as well. So with that, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council for questions during second reading, if they have any in regards to the area structure plan. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. I just want to say first, I'm actually quite impressed with the area structure plan because, as Councillor Oldham said, you know, this is private land. It can be developed in many different ways. And I think this finds the best of what we're trying to do. We understand that there's a lot of environmental impacts. We also understand this is a really special area, but a lot of consideration has been taken into that. And I'm actually really impressed that not a lot had actually shifted from the original MDP to be able to incorporate the stadium as well as new commercial, which is very typical on the highway. So I'm actually really impressed that we are trying to find a way to make this a really special area for residents and incorporate, you know, even our trail system, like to be able to continue it all the way now past Pioneer into that area, I think is going to be extremely special. And I'm looking forward to the development. So I just want to say kudos to Mr. Cassidy and his team and working with the city to be able to develop this plan. I think it is a balance, you know, and unfortunately we can't save everything. We can't save every tree or, you know, in this case, the wetlands. So I think this is a great balance to that. I guess I'll just stress again, my concern is with the accesses to Highway 16A, especially coming up over the train, like the train overpass and coming into there. Now it's been a while since I commuted, but I've had instances where I am at a dead stop well past the chicken farm because of the traffic. And, you know, there's just the concern with increasing now another intersection, increasing or decreasing the speed even further back, potentially going over the overpass, because you don't want people coming over that at 100 kilometers an hour and slamming down to 60. So I do have some reservations just about that plan. But I also hope too that we can maybe start to think a little bit more, less about the car convenience and more about what makes sense. You know, we did build Pioneer Road without lights. And so there is no reason why you can't continue all the way on the highway to Pioneer. You never hit a light to be able to get into that area. So if we want better traffic flow, to me, I would love to see some further thought on that. Like, I understand that maybe we're worried about, like, after baseball games, if people are coming out of the roundabout and trying to go south, if maybe we're backing that out. But I do worry just, you know, we are trying to find innovative and new ways to keep traffic flowing. And I think we've got a good opportunity here, the way Pioneer Road is set up now, that we don't necessarily have to add so many right-ins and right-outs where traffic is already, it's not fun if you are trying to go home at 4:30 and you're trying to hit Pioneer Road and trying to get there. You cannot get into that lane. Sometimes you're sitting there for a light or two to try and get there. So anyway, not that that's going to prevent me from moving forward with this. I just hope that we do have some consideration when it comes to that area in particular. And let's just take advantage that we've got some free flow traffic happening right now, and take advantage of moving people up into Pioneer and maybe into the commercial areas versus the highway and stuff. But great job overall. I'm really excited that we can finally move this forward. I think it's going to be a really exciting project. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes next. So thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions or comments in regards to the area structure plan? Councillor Oldham.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Stevenson's thoughts triggered something for me in that the traffic projections for the baseball stadium, I don't know if this can be done or if this is thought about, but the number of right in and right outs and the access points. I know when we were looking at the Civic Center arena, over the last several years, there was talk about a catchment area and where they would expect to draw people from. And I just wonder, because I don't know, about how many people we would expect to draw from the west versus how many people we expect to draw from the east of that parcel of land that is going to be the ball diamond. And if specifically for that area, and if that impacts the number of access points or the right in, right outs, are we anticipating getting a lot of extra people from Edmonton? I think the 4:30 commute is always going to be a bit of a challenge, as Councillor Stevenson pointed out. But I wonder if we're anticipating 1,000 vehicles coming from the city, or are we may be pulling mostly from the west? And that's just a question I had, and if that impacts how we design that area in advance. So just some comments and some wonderings as I heard Councillor Stevenson speak. Thanks for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Councillor Acker, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. The ASB looks great, but I have a couple questions. And the first kind of ties in with Mr. Doucette's question about water on Pioneer Road. So to administration, by developing this land and making changes to the wetland portion, is this going to make the water issue on the road worse, or is it going to improve the situation where we have some overflowing water that seems to be on that Pioneer Road, even on the driest day that we might have? Is there any sense of what would happen?
Well, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker's question, I'm not sure if the engineering, there's Mark Hussey. Maybe he's better positioned to answer that one.
Yes, for you, Mr. Mayor. That is being taken into consideration. I mean, there's a lot of development going on right there. The waters from the south are moving to the north. So we've got the Easton that's being developed. We have now the baseball side on the other side of Pioneer being developed. So we're trying to coordinate all that water into those areas so we can get that water off Pioneer Road. So to answer your question, yes, Councillor Acker, we are looking at that and hopefully address that issue.
Perfect. That's what I like to hear. A question, you raised the kind of neighboring properties. Is there any concern with the distance to Easton or Fenwick for the noise of a commercial center and ballpark that may have not been considered when people, moved in? It looks like quite a distance, but is there any concerns there that we may have complaints from residents in the area based on this new development?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Acker. There's always concern about noise. I think the distance will be able to handle the noise getting to the resident, especially the residents. There'll be commercial right across, but the residents, I think there's enough distance there that'll act as a buffer between the entertainment district and what's going up in the Easton area.
Perfect. Yeah, and that's what I was also thinking of the Fenwick area. There's that huge tree stand that we are protecting that I think should help with any of the noise. know, Councillor Stevenson talked about the highway backup. I'm concerned with that as well. I think hopefully engineering and planning and road guys will figure that out. But I do got a question on the open spaces. I love the plan in the ASB. I think that's fantastic. Is there connections? I don't know if it's at this detail, but will this be tied into our entire trail system so people can take their bike to a ball game to come down to enjoy any of the commercial activities? Is that going to be part of the plan to tie that in?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker's question, yeah, I think that is part of the thinking behind this. We certainly expect that there will be some north-south connections on Pioneer Road, and certainly east-west along and through the neighborhood of Easton. So yeah, I think that these will be connected over time, depending on when development happens. It's intended by the plan, certainly.
And another idea I'm thinking when we look at open space and future, development of those lands, it may be something to look at of some type of walk that allows school children and our residents to get out into see the wetlands and all the bird watching opportunities. It's just such a beautiful natural area that might tie in nice with those stormwater ponds in the back. That could be something that would be an amenity as well. Do I have any other questions? I think that's my last question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just would like to echo Councillor Stevenson's comments about how great this plan is. And I do think that it is a fantastic plan to incorporate and really truly respect those wetlands and such. I just have a question then on the figure 5, which is the storm servicing concept, and the stormwater pond that is furthest east, which has the actual outfall into more of that wetlands area. What stage of the game are we at with knowing, because that is deemed more of a natural area, is that outfall just a regular outfall, or will we have special accommodations from Alberta Environment that we'll need to follow?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McKenzie. That storm pond, the one on the east side, is a further stage. It's just a concept. I don't know the details right now. The one on to the west is the one that's going to go with the earlier stages. So we're working right now on the details on that one. So unfortunately, right now I can't answer that question, but we are taking all that into consideration as we go forward with that design.
Perfect, and that's fantastic, and I didn't need an answer right now, and that's why I just wondered if we were at that stage yet or not. I do love the idea of that storm pond, though, doing the outfall into the existing wetlands there and making sure that we're doing our job. So we're showing that we're forward thinking and doing the right concept. When it comes to the transportation, often I can be negative, and I know that, but I actually like this concept. The all directional and a right in, right out, and a right in only completely makes sense, and I think that that'll actually help with traffic flow, and I look forward to that going out. My only concern with this figure is it does appear to me like there is a lot of potential commercial access along that collector road, in small sections, and especially when you're considering what will be across the road, you want to be careful. So hopefully maybe there is medians in that road and that sort of thing, and some of those will be right in, right out only. But I just feel like at an area structure plan level, that is a lot of access is being shown. But other than that, I am completely in favor of this, and I am excited for this area to build out.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. Any other further questions or comments in regards to second reading? Okay. I think it's all been said. I think it's a fantastic area. The two important things I think that hit the mark for me is getting rid of the low density country cluster residential. It drives me crazy. The amount of land that's used for a very minimal impact to, number one, quality of life. I mean, I guess people like that, but at the end of the day, it's a terrible use of land. Love the fact that we're going to be developing some more highway commercial. It's going to become a very attractive highway commercial site that will add to our assessment. But I think the big part that this adds, this area structure plan, is the quality of life amenities that are going to be added to the city. So anyway, with that, that's positive. Looking forward to this moving forward in all the different stages. Thank you very much. I certainly support this area structure plan. With that, I will call the question on the motion for second reading. Okay, thank you very much. It's been carried. Could I get a motion for third reading? Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make the motion that third reading be given to bylaw C-1152-21 East Pioneer Area Structure Plan Amendment, Southeast Lands. Is that the right one? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. Are there any questions or comments? Whoops, I did it again. Councillor Grilke. Thank you very much, Councillor Grilke, for the motion. Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two things that came to mind. Is there any consideration of what the city might be doing to create a nicer wall or protection for the cemetery on the southern portion of the highway with new development coming on? You know, you see that in more urban centers, they do a nicer fence line in case people are having funerals and they don't have to look out at the commercial center across the street. So that's my first question. Are we considering anything at that point, or that will be something we'll look at potentially down the road?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor's question. Yeah, it's not really been considered with this amendment, and I'm not aware of any plans to do those improvements, but certainly would be appreciated.
Okay, and then the second one is after you get in and do some more traffic analysis, and if it comes back that we need to have some major upgrades to the roundabout on Pioneer Road, who's on the hook for that? Is there any developer contributions on that traffic to handle that parcel of land? Or is this all municipal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Acker, that'll be in negotiations and talks as we go through. We'll try to find out what the impact is and who's causing the impact. And usually we try to get the ones that are impacting to pay for the roundabout changes.
Okay, perfect. That's my only two questions. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks very much. And I think I could also add that arterial roadway upgrades and levies are handled by developers anyway, you know, on a broader in general. So that's a good thing. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, everyone. And hey, thank you to administration for this. This has been a lot of work. I know when Dean arrived here, he didn't realize he had to cut his teeth into some pretty big projects, and it's been a lot of work to try to get over the hurdle on a lot of this work, especially on the environmental studies and traffic impact analysis. So thank you to everyone administratively for the amount of work, and there's much more work to do. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion for third reading, and that will pave the way for our developers to start to move forward. Thank you. That's been carried. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, moving on to bylaw 10C. Could I get a motion, please, for second reading? Councillor Roth.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading to bylaw C 115421, land use bylaw amendment, alcohol sales 5 Spruce Village Way.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Roth, Mr. Nalavde, this was the alcohol sales with the Spruce Village Way conversation, and we just had a public hearing on that, and so take us through that again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will quickly share my screen here. So this is the second and third reading for bylaw C 1154-21, 5 Spruce Village Way alcohol sales. Earlier in the evening, during the public hearing for this bylaw, I provided a detailed presentation. Unless council wishes, I won't repeat that presentation all over again. What I do want to do is touch upon just a few points that the applicant touched on during their presentation, but there wasn't enough clarity as to what they were. So I did some additional research, and first point was a reference to Bill 2 with the province of Alberta. So what has happened with Bill 2 is that prior to this amendment, if you were in a picnic spot in a provincial park, for example, you could only drink alcohol alongside with food. And if you didn't have food and you were consuming alcohol, then that became grounds for a peace officer to require you to stop from drinking. So the amendment now allows you to drink in designated parks within, designated picnic spots within designated parks. The point I want to make is that this has no bearing or does not require a municipality to, have drinking in public parks. You may or may not designate a picnic spot where you can allow drinking. Similarly, it has no bearing on a council's ability to enact separation distances as a tool to separate incompatible uses. And this is interesting because the very next slide is about the City of Edmonton pilot project. And as the applicant mentioned, that the City of Edmonton has, on a pilot project basis, allowed or permitted alcohol consumption in roughly 47 designated picnic sites across 7 parks. Consumption is not permitted in parks that are not part of the pilot project. In the same place, the city has maintained its 100-meter separation distance requirement, which is similar to what City of Spruce Grove has. So the point here really is that allowing drinking in designated picnic spots in a controlled fashion is not the same as letting go of regulations that separate incompatible uses. So those are the 2 key references. And finally, I just have this email here from Feb 19th, where I informed Mr. Collin that we are only supporting the application in terms of its circulation to various departments and processing, and we were just initiating the technical circulation. So there was no miscommunication from my end to the applicant, and the applicant on very same day confirmed his acknowledgement of that email. So the allegation made against me today during the presentation is simply not true. I just wanted to defend my position and integrity. With that, I will conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions of council. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nalavde. And I think we agree with what you just said. I think we recognized that your effort was, designed to move the process through different departments for review. So thank you for that, and we totally understand it. We're okay. You're off the hook. No problem. At any rate, thank you very much for that presentation. So I will open up the floor to my colleagues on council, and I'm going to start with Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. I'm going to oppose my own motion, and I'm going to attempt to make a strong case that's contrary to the position that was presented by the proponent for the applicant in our public hearing earlier this evening. I won't attempt to give counter arguments to every point he makes, but I will try to give counter arguments to several of the main ones that he makes. The first one that comes to mind is the lack of a liquor store east of Century Road, except for the one that's anything that might be in Century Crossing, I'm not sure. But I live east of Century Road, and I live, in fact, about 3 blocks from this location. I don't feel that my life is harmed in any way by not having a liquor store that's close to me. I don't think that's an argument that resonates with me at all. As for the argument that all of the businesses in that commercial area support this, of course they would. If you're the 7-Eleven, or if you're any of the businesses that depend on drive-in traffic, you're going to want more businesses located near you, because it just increases the amount of traffic that can support your business. The case that was made that we're in a down economy because of the pandemic and so on, I don't think that's a credible argument, because it seems to me that that's an improper argument to make. And I would say that if we're going to do that because of that argument, then what we could argue, someone could argue it also is, well, we need to ignore our own rules and make rules or make decisions that would support businesses opening up in any area of the city just because they provide employment. I don't think that's a reason for us to ignore our own rules. I'm not going to speak much to the fact that the SDAB has already ruled against a similar proposal for a liquor store in this same location earlier. I was on council, as you were, Mayor Houston, when these rules were established, and like first established years ago. And I think we did so for very good reasons. And we wanted to make sure that our children are protected. Therefore, the reason of locating them a certain minimum separation from a school, from a park, from places where children gather, I think is a reasonable argument and a reasonable decision that this city has made. As for other municipalities that do this differently, that's not an argument that resonates with me either, because every municipality has the right, the authority, and the obligation to make decisions that those councils feel are in the best interest of their own municipalities and their own residents. As for difficulty leasing the space, I'm sorry, but that's not our problem. And I don't think that's a reason why we again should ignore our own rules, our separation rules, to allow a business that sells alcohol and liquor in a location of which we don't approve. So I'm sorry, but none of those reasons that were presented are convincing to me. So I'm going to oppose this, and I think it should fail at second reading. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Councillor Grocke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am struggling because I want to try to find a way to make this work, because I do support development, and I do agree, like, this obviously has been sitting vacant for a long time, and I understand that technically that's not our issue, but the question then would remain, I'm not super comfortable doing a site-specific text amendment, but considering the last time we reviewed this specific use was 2011, if I'm not mistaken, maybe it's time to revisit that. I know we had some fulsome discussions around the cannabis bylaw, and I know it was a provincial portion of it that required the cannabis stores to have appropriate window deckling to try to kind of be discreet about the contents of the building. And maybe that is something that we would consider doing in order to mitigate what some would perceive as the untoward contents of a liquor store, I guess. I'm just trying to find a way that we could, in future make something like this work. But where I'm really challenged is the fact that it's 50 meters versus what our current bylaw is at 100 meters. And that is where I'm really challenged. So that's why I was trying to ask of where it was in the building, so that maybe, we could figure out a way to, in the development permit process, measure from where it's located as opposed to the corner of the building. So again, I have more questions, I guess, or comments than answers at this point. So I'm looking for my colleagues to kind of talk this one out for me, because on one hand, I do want to see it through, but on the other hand, I can't. I'm struggling with the big gap in our current legislation. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grocke, and your reflection of your struggle relates to the land use bylaw that currently has that regulation. That's what you're referring to. Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Overall, I'm not opposed to the idea of having a neighborhood liquor store or even a neighborhood pub. I think as we start to mature, probably as a nation at this point, not even just a province or anything, we're starting to see that maybe less regulation is better, or we're changing the perceptions on how we look at cannabis. And obviously, with the province being able to give us that idea of having permitting alcohol in the park. So I'm not opposed to that. But I will not be voting in favor of this because our current regulations, our current bylaw does not allow for this. And I think there is a process and a way forward. And I think Councillor Grolke spoke to it, that maybe it's time that we revisit the bylaws and the regulations we have in place and have a more fulsome discussion when it comes to locations of liquor stores, whether or not we ever do want to pursue having liquor in parks and what that looks like. So I think there is a discussion to be had here. Am I comfortable approving this tonight? No, because I don't think we've had that discussion with our residents. We haven't had the opportunity to say, hey, this is what we were thinking. Let's get a sense. I don't feel we're lacking for liquor stores in this city. So it's not something that we're like, we desperately need, and our bylaws are sort of preventing us from this happening. We have plenty of liquor stores, including a new one that wasn't mentioned, it wasn't shown tonight, and it's on Grove Drive at Pioneer. So there is another liquor store located in the east side of Spruce Grove. I also think as a developer and a building owner, when you have tenants, when you purchase a building, you understand the challenges or what sort of opportunities exist when you purchase that building. So, it is part of your responsibility to understand that you might have limitations when you are attracting tenants based on the location of this building. So even though there's many inquiries from potential liquor store tenants, I'm not swayed by that. So at this time, I'm not comfortable approving it based on what the bylaws are, not how I feel, but based on what exists now. I think going forward, we have to have this fulsome discussion because I think there is merit and there is a reason to discuss potentially looking at different ways that we can encourage more community. And I know that sounds funny about having like maybe a liquor store or a neighborhood pub, but it's possible that then you can congregate or you can walk to the neighborhood pub instead of driving. So I think there is some merit and lots of reasons for and against can happen, but I'm not comfortable making that, especially when I don't feel we've had this ask coming from our residents. This is a very limited incident. So I agree with Councillor Roth that I think this should fail at second reading. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also agree with my colleagues that have spoke so far. I'm going to speak a little bit to a different aspect of it because while I respect that our current land use bylaw allows liquor stores in a neighborhood area as a discretionary use, and I believe that discretionary use is to ensure that as long as we're meeting the other regulations, then potentially it could go. And there are other neighborhood district areas where liquor stores could go where there is not the park. But I also want to speak to the morality of regulated products. And while I respect the presentation from the owner of EPC Spruce Village Center Limited, there is also a document called the Alcohol Policy for Community Safety, Vibrancy, Health, and Wellbeing, and it's a practical guide for Alberta municipalities. And it was published in March 2020 by Alberta Health Services. Alberta Health Services, through this guide, is pushing for a greater partnership with municipalities to create alcohol policies. Currently in Alberta, there are many municipalities that have policies very similar to Spruce Grove. And while I understand, that some listed in the owner's presentations do not, AHS in this document is actually encouraging municipalities to realize the benefits of these policies. This guide particularly states that alcohol policy is a powerful tool that can serve to promote a culture of moderation across the population while offering protection for and including the voice of those who are more vulnerable to experiencing alcohol-related harms. The reality is there is those harms that are out there, and while we may not necessarily always see them in our smaller communities, as we grow, those issues do come up. And ironically, COVID has brought some of those even more forward front to the fruition. At this time, I'm not suggesting that our current 100 meters is acceptable or not acceptable. At this time, I am asking, that is our current policy. And I do not believe that we should waver from our current policy. I do not believe a land use bylaw with policies where we have a whole bunch of, it's 100 meters except for this block and this block and this block and this block. I really don't think that that's a great best practice for a statutory plan. I'd also like to point out that this council back in 2018 approved distances and such for cannabis sales. Liquor and cannabis are both regulated products, and I consider them to be very similar. Ironically, our land use bylaw is a lot more strict on cannabis and locations than it is with alcohol. Alcohol is only currently right now based on the parks. Cannabis actually is 25 meters from a childcare facility, which is also in this product. So, you know, again, our land use bylaw considers one regulated product. You can't put it next to a childcare, but yet another regulated product we can. So I think for myself, as a final note, I would like to state that I am more than willing to look into this as being a permitted use. Alcohol sales are a discretionary use in this area. Or no, sorry, I misread that. I'm saying though, again, it's a permit, it's a discretionary use in the neighborhood. I guess moving forward, I would like to say that I'd be willing to reassess looking at the land use bylaw and any policies to both our alcohol and cannabis and looking at that. So I guess tonight, again, I will be voting to vote this down at second reading. However, I do have a question for administration. And that is, how long would it take if council were to request administration to do a review of both the cannabis and alcohol sales policies within the land use bylaw and bring that forward to council?
Carol would like to weigh in.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Given some of the things that we have on, we can certainly take that direction from council. It would not happen before the election. I would probably say 6 to 8 months, given some of the other things we're going, and in order to be able to do the research, the thoroughness, do some public engagement and look into it, that would probably be the minimum as a rough estimate right now.
Thank you. And that's, I kind of thought it would be that, and thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Councillor McKenzie, for that last question. That was one on my list as well, so appreciate you asking. I guess one of the things I'm curious about is, you know, as a city, how often are we dealing with open liquor tickets, or, you know, how often are enforcement services having to deal with direct or indirect effects from, you know, liquor consumption? I know it might be hard to navigate, but I guess open liquor tickets would be one way to quantify that. So if anyone has I know you don't have an exact number, but a sense of if that's an issue in our city, I'd be curious to know. Not an issue? You don't have the numbers? You don't want to answer the question? All of the above?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Oldham. So it's not a significant issue. I mean, certainly you could look at the numbers, but it's not something that has been identified from an enforcement services perspective that needs to be sort of addressed or looked at, or a solution towards solving, I guess, in a bigger way.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. And like my colleagues have said, several of them before, I would be open to looking at this bylaw, and, you know, the applicant put forward some good ideas and suggestions in terms of what other municipalities might be doing. And I think there's validity in reviewing something that hasn't been looked at in 10 years. But like the Jennifer Heil one that came to us in December, I'm not supportive of making one-off changes because I think it's a slippery slope. If you approve one, then I think it puts challenges forward for other ones. So I'd like to help find a way and have maybe this council, or according to Mrs. Burgum's timelines, maybe the next council can evaluate this and see if it's something that we want to have for our city. I think that's a good discussion to have, and appreciate the willingness of administration to consider that when the timelines allow. And so I'm certainly supportive of that. But like my colleagues at this time, I think it's best to follow the bylaw as it is and not support this. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. anything new to add? Councillor Acker, you want to go?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not much new. Everything's been said, but first I want to say that I sympathize with the proponent of this. You know, business is tough, and I appreciate that he's going through all the motions to see if he can get this unit rented out. But I agree. I think, you know, making one-off decisions on a site-specific exemption doesn't go towards the work we did on creating that first setback 100 meters originally. And I believe Councillor Roth and Mary Houston will remember, I remember that back in 2010 time. We did a lot of consultations with our community. There was a lot of concerns during that time about the number of liquor stores in our community. And I know we had quite a thick report back then, and that's where that became part of our regulations. Has that times changed in the last 10 years? Probably. I think there's a different perspective on cannabis, definitely has changed, as well as liquor. So maybe this is something that we need to get back to the community and review and see where their comfort level is. But I'm not comfortable with, you know, changing it for one site over another, because I'm sure there's been other landowners and unit owners that have looked at this, looked at our regulations, tried a couple times, got rejected, and haven't pursued it to come around and just make a change. I'm not comfortable with. I think this is something we need to go back to the community. It originated from them as a policy, so I think we need to go back and do a check-in to see what the comfort level is, and if it changes, then we need to update that to make it fair. So I won't be supporting this either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that I've pretty much covered off on everybody. And thank you very much, everyone, for, you know, for the conversation. You know, and I, like some of my other colleagues, do feel have a bit of a struggle with trying to help business during this downturn. And, you know, recognizing if it was easy to lease building locations in that area, they would be filled up, and it's not easy. And there's an opportunity here for the proponent. I always kind of struggle a little bit with, and I appreciate, you know, the schools, the parks, and, you know, the playgrounds and stuff where we want to keep this away from. But at the same token, you know, we're going to be, you know, we would allow it right next to, because right in that building is a child play day or play cafe, and there's also a childcare center right upstairs too. You know, so here we're because we're close to a playground or to a park, that it's not going to be allowed. So that a little bit of a struggle about when I say, what are we trying to save ourselves from? But I recognize, you know, the comments from my colleagues on council, and I would certainly support, you know, having a look at the land use bylaw. I know Mr. Skrepnik, I struggled with this, and, you know, including talking to our administration a bit about this as well. But I think the first step is a land use bylaw amendment to look at that. And Councillor Acker and Councillor Roth will recall the struggles we had back on exhaustive consultation on liquor stores and sign bylaws and those kind of things that we've really struggled. You know what? Some of those things that we struggle with. But at any rate, you know, I think I'm just belaboring the conversation by continuing to talk. So we'll just move forward with that. Unfortunately, with the with second reading, doesn't appear like it's going to move forward. But at the same token, we have an opportunity going forward in the future for future councils to look at the land use bylaw. Thank you very much, everyone, for your comments. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Okay, that has been defeated. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for the conversation on that. Okay, under 9D, which was first reading, that is under our consent agenda. So I just wanted to let the public know that that is on our consent agenda, so we won't be dealing with that tonight. But we will go on to 9E, which is the nonprofit community organization exemption bylaw. And could I get a motion, please? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that first reading be given to bylaw C 1165-21 nonprofit community organization exemption bylaw.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Frostad, you're the presenter I see listed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council will remember that on April 12th, bylaw C114621 was passed earlier this year to allow for exemption to 2 properties in town related to seniors facility construction. And one of those properties, the St. Michael's Grove Manor, was undergoing a land subdivision at the time. And therefore the roll number and the address on the original bylaw now has to be amended. And council would have received a second copy of the bylaw sent out later from the original package, which would have incorporated the address change as well. So we are asking for 3 readings tonight to put this item to rights. So you will be asked to change in Schedule A, roll number 17844 to 18359, and the address 260 Pioneer Road to 270 Pioneer Road. The intent of the entire bylaw does not change. So it's just an administrative amendment to reflect the actual subdivided property.
Okay, thank you very much. And to put it in simple terms, it's more or less an address correction and to suit the subdivision of that property that was carved off from St. Michael's property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is for, you're looking for all 3 readings this evening. So we have a motion on the floor for first reading. Correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify some confusion, I did advise you that we had intended to put first reading on the consent agenda today. So if you don't mind, we can give first reading without debate and then move on to our second reading.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's for first reading. So with first reading for the introduction, I'll call the question on the motion for first reading. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Could I get a motion, please, for second reading? Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1165-21, nonprofit community organization exemption bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Oldham. This is, as Mrs. Frostad said, a more or less a housekeeping correction change. Any questions or comments in regards to that? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion for second reading. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Councillor Roth has a motion to make.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was asleep at the wheel. I'll move unanimous consent for third reading.
Okay, so the motion for unanimous consent to give third reading requires all of council to vote in favor of doing 3 readings in one evening. And so we have a motion on the floor for unanimous consent. So thank you very much, Councillor Roth. I'll call the question on the motion for unanimous consent. Okay, that's been carried. And now we can move on to third reading. Could I get a motion, please, for third reading? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the third reading be given to bylaw C-1165-21, nonprofit community organization exemption bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments in regards to this item? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mrs. Frostad, I'll call the question on the motion. Thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, let's go to our business items. We're going to go on to the policy direction on tax penalties. Mrs. Frostad, could you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at the May 25th regular meeting of council, administration was asked to review our current policy and practice regarding the treatment of penalties concerning properties that are in tax arrears and bring back to council options for consideration. So this evening we have before you a discussion document that will guide administration in formulating a policy change, which would come back to council at your next meeting. So in reviewing the current policy position that the city has, it was discovered by comparison with other communities that our policy in regards to arrears taxes is actually over the average of other communities, but the policy in relation to the treatment of current levies is within a normal range or an average range of other communities. So we have before council a suggestion of a policy change that will bring our entire policy structure into the average of other communities. And that policy change would recommend changing from the 2.5% that is monthly and compounding on both arrears and current to a structure whereby we have a current penalty that is charged 3 times within the current year, but is not compounding, and then a higher penalty in the following year in the arrears piece that would be compounding. So we're suggesting a 4.5% every second month, so July, September, and November, to give people an incentive to pay the current levy in a timely manner. But those 3 penalty applications would not be compounding, so we would not charge penalty on penalty in the current year. And then a switch to a 7% compounding penalty in January and March. So the incentive would be for residents to pay before the penalty percentage increases, but also before the compounding effect takes over. This recommendation would bring us into line with the average of other communities. So I've given you a chart in table 3 that shows you the other communities that were reviewed. And so we would come into the middle of that group of communities, and that would bring our arrears penalty and our current penalty very close to the average of other communities. So that's the one portion of the discussion. And the second portion of the discussion that council wanted to talk about was the treatment of penalties in relation to tax agreements. So tax agreements are for properties that are in tax recovery. So they're in an arrears position long enough that we are requiring them to enter into a formalized agreement with the city to avoid tax sale. So currently the practice is that the penalty structure as is continues in the contemplation of a tax agreement. What we are suggesting to council is perhaps a view whereby we would not charge penalty on the arrears portion of the tax agreement that's going forward. We would still continue with the arrears on the current levies that are included in that 3-year agreement or 2-year agreement to reflect an equity position with other current levy residents, but we would then see the tax penalty stopping for the arrears portion of those agreements. And I've given council some financial implications. First of all, for the reduction of our penalty percentages, the earlier conversation, we think it would be, an average of around 200,000 a year impact in our overall revenue structure. And then if we did remove penalties from the arrears portion of the tax agreements, we would also see a further reduction, which would be somewhere under 60,000 a year, because part of that 60,000 is already contemplated in the percentage change. So probably in the neighborhood of, say, $250,000 impact to our overall revenue budget for penalties would be the impact of administration's recommended changes. And I could entertain questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to ask council if they could please make a motion on this item, the proposed motion. Could I get a motion, please? before I open it up for discussion. Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that administration be directed to draft an amendment to the 2021 fees and charges bylaw to reflect proposed changes to the city's tax penalty structure.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. Okay, Mrs. Frostad has given a presentation, and the work that Mrs. Frostad did under the direction of our city manager, based on some conversations we had at our committee of the whole, reflected on the ability to try to mitigate some of the, I call it, high impact of our penalty tax structure that Spruce Grove had. And they've made some adjustments, amendments to that to reflect a fairer approach to allow those people that find themselves in a tax crunch, but still maintaining a strong structure of insurance that people's taxes are paid. This isn't by any means a free ride on anything. It's important that people realize there's a significant penalty to not paying your taxes, but at the same token, for those that enter into agreements with us, would be a fairer representation. So thank you very much for the first steps in this process. I'll open up the floor to any colleagues on council for questions related to this. Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for presenting this. I think it captures our discussion at the previous meeting and resolves some of the concerns we have with people who are already behind, and we're kind of hitting them a little harder on their late fees and not giving them a chance to get out. So I'm happy to see the recommendations, but surprised to see the impact on the budget and the line item. Is administration concerned, or how are we going to be able to absorb that loss of revenue? Is there a plan in place for moving forward on that?
I believe Mr. Skrebnik wants to speak to this one.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Acker, happy for Ms. Frosted to respond. I mean, it's going to be a budget pressure. There's no question. And it's going to be something we're going to need to grapple with as part of this year's corporate plan. So, we still stand behind our recommendation. And I think Ms. Frosted and her team did a really good job of the analysis to just demonstrate the impact. And, it's in some respects, it's no different than those policy discussions that we may have to have at some point around automated traffic enforcement. Once these things are kind of codified into budgets, it's hard to get them out. So I don't know, Ms. Frostad, you're welcome to share any other perspective.
I believe you've covered it.
Well, and I appreciate the answer, and I see that there is a financial impact, but I believe doing this policy change is the fair and right thing to do for our residents. I think it understands we're still having an incentive to pay your bills and to keep up on them. But if you happen to fall behind, we're not really hitting you in the head, in comparison to the region and other municipalities. I think bringing us back in line with that is the right thing to do. So I'll support this.
Councillor Grilke and then Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would agree with that. It definitely, I think, captures what the conversation that we had, and the intention of what the bylaw is to encourage payment and to not be so overtaxing and over penalizing that people can't get out from under it. So I do have one question, Ms. Frostad. And I just need to visualize this. So when somebody is entered into a tax agreement, let's say they owe $10,000, and we're proposing that the arrears not accumulate on that freezes in time for the time that they're in the agreement. But if they are not paying on their current tax roll or tax bill, that one would accrue arrears. So if they have money that they can put down, obviously we're not penalizing them if they're willing to or able to pay their current year taxes. Is that how that would work?
So no, not exactly. So a tax agreement, at the time that we enter into a tax agreement, it has a time period attached to it, and we build in, it's almost like a loan agreement. We build in the entire cost for the time period. So we contemplate levies for the current years that will fall within that time period as well. So we would build a payment structure, essentially an agreement payment, that would cover the arrears plus the current levies that are within that time period, so that by the time the person finishes their tax agreement, they are 100% caught up and they're up to date, and then they would just have to maintain their current levy going forward. So what we've recommended is that when we're calculating that tax agreement in the future, that the agreement would contemplate penalties only on the 2 current levies. Because the thinking is, and this is for all taxpayers, that your payment, whatever payment you make today, goes on your oldest taxes first. And that's the way the MGA is structured as well. So we have to apply their payments to the oldest amounts first. So it would be unfair to the current taxpayers who are out there making their payments if they're being charged penalty when the current levy within the agreement is not charging a penalty. So that's what we've contemplated, that they would still get a penalty on the current amounts because they are still behind, but that we would stop that punitive piece on the arrears, which is usually the biggest portion of the outstanding piece of the agreement.
And again, just for clarification, is there compounding when they're in the agreement, or just the 3 times a year?
So the compounding is only on arrears. So because we said we're going to still add penalty to the current, that would be non-compounding. Okay. So it would be only on the current amounts for those years.
Okay. I mean, I think it sounds reasonable, but I mean, I can imagine if somebody's in that pickle, it's going to be a challenge anyhow, but I feel like this represents what I feel the intention of the bylaw or the arrears is supposed to be, and I appreciate all the work that you and your team have done. So I'll support this going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Roth, and then Councillor Oldham. Nope, no, okay, Councillor Oldham, sorry.
Sorry, I think Councillor Roth had his hand up earlier.
I thought he did too, but he forgot.
Okay, no, actually, you're right, I did. Thank you. I admit that I struggle with this a little bit. I've always felt that the interest rates and the penalties that are charged are very high, not only in Spruce Grove, but in other municipalities as well. And I thought that we should be putting into effect penalties that are less of a lesser amount than what we currently charge. And then I see the cost, the budget cost that this will entail, and it looks to me to be about close to 1%, almost 1% on the tax roll. And I just hope that we will have a plan for how we're going to accommodate those costs. So I'm supportive. I am a little bit shocked, I will admit, at the cost that this will have as a burden on all taxpayers across the city of Spruce Grove. But I think this is a reasonable compromise between various objectives, and those include wanting to encourage residents to stay on top of their tax obligations, but not charging an onerous penalty amount. So I am supportive of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Roth, Councillor Oldham, and then Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question for clarification. This will, if it follows through as written and we go through the bylaw process, this will take effect January 1st, 2022. So they won't have any impact on the 2021 budget that we've already approved. It would be something we'd have to plan for in the future. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. I just thought someone referenced maybe an adjustment we might have to make this year, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't the case. And then, yeah, I'm very supportive of this. When you compare our municipality to other municipalities, it's that arrears penalty that really catches up to people. And that's the challenge is once you start paying those big fees on the arrears and the interest rate, it's hard to dig out of that. So I'm really appreciative of the quickness as well that the administration was able to get back to us with this from the issue that we dealt with a few weeks ago. And I also would point out that I can't remember which report I read it in, but I know I've read it in a report that states that from a socioeconomic perspective, Spruce Grove, our community, is relatively well off. But the bottom X%, 5% or so, there's a big gap between where their socioeconomic status is and where everyone else's is. They're significantly lower, and there's a big gap there. So, and this, the previous, I guess still current policy in place really was punitive, most likely to that percentage of people. And so I'm really pleased to see that we're going to balance it out. And I totally get there's a budget implication to it, as a few of my colleagues have pointed out. But I'm also think we've struck the balance with this, that it'll be a forward-looking budget challenge, not something that we have to go back and retroactively deal with. And I think that we've done a good job finding that balance. I know we'll go through 3 readings of a bylaw on this, and we can have more discussions. So I'll leave my comments tonight at that. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration, I guess I'm trying to figure out if I am a resident and I'm paying a payment, and in the current structure, you know, I do a $500 payment, but my arrear, like, because currently right now it's being compounded, so a lot is going to the penalty and not very much to my principal. And so while I understand that we were saying that in the budget in 2022 that we would have potentially a decrease in what we've assumed would be the penalties, but then would we not potentially also be assuming that we're actually receiving a little bit more in the revenue component, because now that resident still pays the 500 and less goes to the arrears or the penalty component and more goes back to their actual principal that they owe. So when I see how much we're actually losing, I'm wondering, have we missed that component, or am I missing something?
So, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor McKenzie, the tax revenue is recorded at the time that the tax bill goes out. So it's set up as a receivable. So effectively, instead of what you're saying, maybe our receivable balance would go down more, but not an increase in our revenue from that. So it's just that it will be an actual lost revenue because we're charging a lower percentage on the outstanding amount. So it'll be a permanent loss of revenue. But that's
so yeah. So in essence, it's a bit of the timing of the budget, because technically we call it a receivable, but yet we're not truly receiving all of that receivable because of these particular properties that have their arrears, right?
Right,
but we
have recorded the revenue though. So
yes,
like the other day when the tax bills went out, all that revenue is recorded. And when we collect it is not part of that equation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is an interesting philosophical discussion that we're going to have going forward, just in terms of what revenue we collect and how we collect it. I think a lot of people in Spruce Grove think that 100% of the budget in Spruce Grove is paid by their June 30th tax. And there's a big misunderstanding of how many ways we do collect revenue in the city. And I think we have started over the last few years trying to explain to them that there's many ways that we collect this, including fines, including, you know, the arrears, including photo radar, which is also part of the fines and stuff. So it's not that Spruce Grove has a reckoning coming for them to understand, but you know, I think we do have to explain or do a better job of showing people that when we have these policies, there is an effect. And I think as council, we have to decide whether we want to be dependent on them or not dependent on them. And I just think back to our conversations that we had in, over the last few years about photo radar, right? Where we were saying, oh, we don't want it to be part of general revenue. We want to have it that it goes to somewhere. And we were showing that, in fact, we spend way more on policing and all that than we do in terms of revenue. So I think we have to have this conversation as well going forward, that if we don't want to be dependent on fines, and ultimately, wouldn't it be great if we had 100% of our residents paying on time and no one had penalties? I think that should be our ultimate goal. But we have to have those conversations. And I think this is a good start to this. This is, it's a tough conversation to have for anyone. You know, I think all of us have known someone who has fallen on hard times, and we understand it does not take much. And you know, that you hear the stats that there's many, many people that are one paycheck away from either visiting the food bank or deciding to pay a bill or to put food on the table. So I think, you know, as responsible stewards of this city, this is the situation we are faced with. And to be fair to our taxpayers, no one knows if it could be them next year or the year after that's affected by this. So I think it's a good thing that we have done, even though it is going to hit us. It's a $250,000 revenue that we either have to make up for or we have to find other ways. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate that that's going to be a challenge for the next council come November, almost right away. But I think, you know, it's a conversation starter that I think we have to have with our residents in terms of the revenue and the way we do bring in various money into the city and explain to people the fairness and the equity of it. So I do appreciate that there's a lot of work that's gone into this. There's a lot of work, and hopefully we can, I think there's a good news story here as well. So I'm really hoping that as part of these tough decisions and tough discussions that we have to have, that we can also tell, like, ultimately why we're doing this. There is a very good reason why we're doing this. And we don't want to see people lose their homes. We don't want to see people fall on tough times or make that decision to have to choose between feeding a family or paying their bill and stuff. So thank you for all the hard work that you've done here. And I'm looking forward to this conversation that this will now spur because of this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's pretty much everybody, I think, that's had an opportunity. Appreciate the work from administration. Can say as a mayor, I've had a number of phone calls from residents that were struggling with, Mayor, I'm trying to pay my tax bill, but I can't because I'm only getting half of the principal done because half it's penalty. So how can you help me get out of this? And I think this finds that balance and reflecting on the good work that the administration did. Thanks very much, everyone, for your comments with that. So moving forward, I will call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Could I get a motion from Councillor Roth for an extension because we're getting close to 11 o'clock, about 12 minutes. If you could.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure it'll be necessary, but in the event that it is, I'll move that we extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m.
Thank you very much. I can see that happening. So thank you very much, Councillor Roth. With that, I'd want to do that in a little rather than 30 seconds in advance. Anyway, thanks very much. I'll call the question on the motion for an extension if necessary. Thank you. That's been carried. I didn't see Councillor McKenzie vote. Did you vote on that one? Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. Okay, great. Okay, let's move forward to 11B. I'm going to ask Councillor Roth for another motion in regards to the decorative waste and organics cart program. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Houston. This one will be short. The detail will come later, assuming when the report comes back, assuming council support this evening. Council members will know what these carts look like because several weeks ago I circulated some photos of carts that are in use in other municipalities that actually have a program. I love these little initiatives that don't require much, if any, city resources. And once this is presumably passed tonight and then the report comes back, assuming council's acceptance, then it shouldn't require any city resources, which is something that I know and I've promised that that's the case. I've kind of worked out a plan as to how that might happen, but we have all those flags around town, both the hundreds on homes and on major thoroughfares. We have the little free library. Stay tuned because that's another one that I hope will be coming soon. We have the decorative trash and organics carts that we're going to be talking about soon. And the next item I think it is the fence painting initiative. So I'm glad to see Mayor Houston is already trying to find things to do to fill up his retirement. So I urge council support. And again, this, if it happens, will, and I believe it should and it will require no city resources beyond approval of the initiative. So I request council support. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor Houston.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything from administration in regards to that, Mr. Skrepnik? Mrs. Gray, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll keep my presentation brief here. I just wanted to make sure I was walking council through the process on this one. So as Roth mentioned, or Councillor Roth mentioned, he did give a notice of motion last meeting. So I will ask that he does move his motion this evening, and then council may vote on the motion at hand.
Okay, thank you. I'll move that a report be provided to council regarding the establishment of a decorative waste and organics cart program.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving on to 11C, under council contingency expenditures. Could I get a motion, please? Guess there's two motions to the city clerk. Councillor Acker, go ahead. Do we do just one at a time?
Two separate motions, Mr. Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll handle one at a time.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that the Spruce Up Spruce Fence Painting Initiative be approved at a cost of up to $3,500 and that the funds be allocated from council contingency.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Skrepnik. You're actually on this one, so go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to speak to it. I think, the details were fairly well laid out within the agenda package, but, what I would highlight is the Spruce Up Spruce Fence Painting Initiative obviously has been a fixture in the community for a number of years, going as far back as 2013. Certainly last year, due to COVID and some of the downturn in the economy, council did support a similar recommendation to see the continuation of a program that I think the community has grown quite fond of. So we would recommend that council again support through its council contingency, similar to what it did last year in 2020. And I'll just maybe provide a little bit of information for the benefit of the second motion. Certainly would like to encourage council to give some consideration to maybe locking this in as a new community initiative that would still be very much a volunteer initiative that would be identified as something through council's budget, but that the funding for the paint be something that becomes a permanent budget item that a future council could debate on and still meets that kind of community spirit aspect of the program, but sort of locks in the acquisition of the paint that's required each year. So, Mr. Mayor, that's my presentation and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I can just maybe add to it. I mean, it's been, I think it's had a significant impact in our community for our beautification. And I think the best part about it is how many kids and stuff have been engaged and how many community members have been engaged and having the opportunity. And that's one of the things that this council talked about too, about ensuring, engaging our community and how we do that. And when you have people that engage and take ownership in your community, it was kind of the birthplace of the initiative. And it's come a long way. There's still more work to do. I can tell you that because I drive around looking at the next fence painting projects. The good thing is that there's an opportunity here as well to have some of the community members, that are, and it's more along the arterial and collector roadways that this work is being done. But I would hope that we can support this initiative again. Any questions or comments? Councillor Roth, and then Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I admit that the problem I've had with the program, if we want to call it a program in the past, is that it didn't seem to be, it was an ad hoc program, not really well organized. Like, Mr. Mayor, you did a really good job of getting everything in place and getting the supplies and recruiting volunteers, and that's great. I think this eliminates the objection that I've had in the past, I think, and I'm totally supportive of this. I do have one question, and if someone can tell me, what do other municipalities do? Like, every municipality of any significance has fences along major arterial roadways. What do they do to keep those fences in good condition?
Very little.
So do they let them fall into disrepair?
But through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Roth, I think we may be somewhat unique in this space. I wouldn't say that we would be the only municipality that has a community initiative like this, but realistically, at the end of the day, these are private fences. The accountability for their upkeep falls to the resident of the property. And I would suspect that in other municipalities, other jurisdictions where it becomes to a point of being unsightly, that their bylaws to compel the owners to address the issue with the fence.
Okay, thank you. I'm in total support of this. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. I'm in favor of this as well, but I think it spurs and hopefully will spur further conversation about council initiatives that we can do that help volunteers in the community find things that they'd like to do. Because I know I've been approached by many people that have said, I would love to do things like help clean up. Like, we had that lovely young woman who led the garbage pickup day for her neighborhood. And I've heard from other people that are like, I would help mow, part of the whatever, like part of their boulevard if it's needed. Because I think they understand that as part of a city, we're growing. We only have so much money and have only so many people. So I really look forward to seeing this maybe grow as future volunteer initiatives as well. I think this is just a great example of what can be done. But I really am looking forward mostly, I think, to our Mayor Emeritus coming back every year and leading this initiative. So, it's just one of those things that you'll just have to keep going, Mayor Houston, because, I think it's part of you with beautifying the city. So I'm looking forward to you coming back year after year to lead it.
I think you can count on that, because I told my wife, Deborah, I said, you know what? You know what I'm going to be doing next summer? Painting fences. No, I'd certainly be a part of it, but I'd like to also have it rub off on a few of you too, and get you guys out doing that. But you make a good point, Councillor Stevenson, and about other community initiatives, about community cleanup and all those kind of things. It's fantastic. That's what, that's what helps build community. Any other questions or comments on this one? Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic, and it's a great idea. I just have a question. Currently right now, I know when you drive down some of our main arterial and you see some of the fences currently, we do have some areas where they're falling down and such. And so this initiative, of course, is only to paint the fences. And so, Mayor Houston, how have you in the past, have you encountered contention where all of a sudden you have to skip a section because the resident isn't willing to upgrade their fencing? And then my second question is, being that this now is turned from more of a private initiative from the mayor to an actual city council initiative, does that increase, and I hate to sound like the negative Nelly because I love this, but just looking at Pandora's box, does that increase our liability if somebody were to get hurt while we're out doing this initiative, being that it is now a city kind of initiative?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, we're in such a, when we get into a world like that, when we have kids out painting fences and, and somebody, I don't know, for a better word, stubs their toe or gets hurt. I mean, we do things safely and stuff like that. And, I'm not sure there'd be a huge liability issues that would arise from some of that work. But I mean, there's always that, there's always that thing, that we But at any rate, not sure what else I could say to that. Other than that, I've never had an injury in 13 years, other than my back.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor McKenzie. So, what we're proposing for this year, and for assuming the second motion is passed, is that we simply provide a source of funds for the paint. And that we're not recommending that this becomes a city service or a city program. Now, does that create that necessary nexus between what could be deemed, a litigious situation or not? Who knows? But I think like anything, it's a measured approach, and you balance risk and I think from my perspective, this doesn't propose any additional risk or liability to the city than what may have already been existing already.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grilke?
Well, and then just my first question about the fences that are falling down.
I can tell you that I have been in touch with a number of residents, and I know you will all recall along Century Road. I've even gone in so far as worked with those neighbors to straighten up those fences. And you're starting to see some of them being replaced. You'll see different areas where, I know the posts, whoever did the ones along Century Road, they never poured concrete in the posts. They just stuck the wooden posts in the ground. And they're rotting and they're breaking over, and I'm not sure if it gets to a point where the city could require them to repair those, because I don't know. It's I know there's the odd board that has fallen down, and we've gone up and taken a hammer to and fixed up a little bit too. But just looking at everything in the city, there's certainly some repair work. You'll see actually a number of people along in Linkside toward the golf course are doing a lot of board replacement and stuff. So, but they're asking me for a loan from the city for the cost of wood now. It's so expensive. Okay. Councillor Grilke?
Just really quick, Mayor, I know we're late. I just wanted to commend you on the job that you've done over the last 8 years with that program. Actually, one of my Facebook memories recently was, I think from 2013, with Cyril and his green hair, and husband and I, or boyfriend at the time, out painting fences with you. And so unfortunately, we haven't put our money where my mouth is in the last few years, but certainly we will see you over the next summer for sure, maybe even this summer, out painting fences. So thank you for all of your hard work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, that's been carried. Could I get a second motion, please? Councillor McKenzie?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll propose the motion that administration be directed to bring forward a part of the 2022 to 2024 corporate plan deliberations, an annual addition to council's budget of $3,500 for a Spruce Up Spruce program.
Okay, thank you very much. This kind of aligns with that. And I think when I talked to Mr. Skrepnik, this was kind of an idea of his to have this program going forward for community engagement and community initiatives and community beautification, because we all take pride in Spruce Grove. And I can't tell you how many people have complimented the city this year on the work that's been going on. But anyway, any other questions or comments in regards to this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Now I have work next summer. I can do something. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. The various boards and committee meeting minutes are under 12A, and that is on our consent agenda, so we'll go past that. So at this time, we're going to go into closed session, and I'd ask for a motion to go into closed session, and then I'll call a 7-minute break right after we get into closed session. So could I get a motion, please, to go into closed session? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that council go into closed session under Section 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act regarding advice from officials.
Okay, thank you very much. I will call the question on the motion to go into closed session. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried unanimously. And we'll wait for a prompt to get into the closed session portion of our meeting this evening. And thank you for everyone that joined us earlier. Okay, we are back in live session, we're out of our closed session meeting. Thank you very much, everyone, for the conversation. We do have some business arising from the closed session, and if we could just put the motion up on the board. Okay, thank you very much. I will ask one of my colleagues on City Council to make a motion in regards to this business item. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that a decision regarding the Air Service Opportunities Fund be deferred to the June 28th, 2021 regular council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, one more motion to adjourn. Councillor Oldham.
Motion to adjourn, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll call the question on the motion. Good night, everyone. Thanks very much. It's been a long evening, but appreciate all the feedback. Take care. Bye.